Namaskar. Good morning to everybody throughout the world. This is International Professional Engineer Suraj Singh, Chartered Engineer, Bharat, India. This is 6th May 2020. Another crucial day for all world because of COVID-19, so-called Corona, a danger and a teacher to whole world. I am speaking from NCR, Faridabad, Bharat, India. As usual, another day of talk while thinking for world and talk while thinking for humanity and also for profession. I devote some of my time in this video talk in connection with COVID-19, a small discussion, and later I shift to daily talk of management issues, project management issues. II Charter is a part of that in our profession of engineering. COVID-19, Corona virus so-called, has reached to a stage whereat scientists of the world have started conclusively thinking that there is no relation between evolution of this virus to Wuhan, China laboratory. It is to an extent, you can say, concluded by scientists according to news we received on newspapers that there appears to be no link from Wuhan virology lab as far as growth of or birth of this virus is concerned, but it has also not been declared positively and affirmatively real origin of this virus. It has not been actually pointed out, or you can say pinpointed for purpose of explanation, but it has been approximately declared that it's not laboratory generated, or you can say scientist made or man made or human made. It is nearly, even scientists, a doctor who used to stand with President Trump in his presence, he said that no, he does not accept what Trump says. Because Trump is not scientist, he is a politician. It has to come from speeches by scientists or doctors, particularly scientists, because this is nothing to do with even profession of medical. It is a research work and related to scientists. In that case, all people in the world must accept this fact until and unless this is proved that COVID-19 or Corona has come from virology lab located in Wuhan, China. So let us forget that. Now question is, either it has come through animals to human beings, or it is natural, though it is also natural when it comes without known source. So let us assume that it has come natural. When it's come naturally, when something happens naturally, you can say that this is natural calamity, a kind of storm, a kind of cyclone, a kind of, you may say, tsunami. Those tsunamis are known, those cyclones are known, those tornadoes are known, those earthquakes are known, those volcanoes are known, and all kinds of whatever rain or flood or winds, we know all that. But this type of natural calamity is unknown to us, but now we know it. But we know only start of it, we do not know where it is going to end. Where it's going to end, nobody knows and nobody shall know it in coming time, because I think it's natural. This means this has not come for a few weeks. It has come for certain purpose, for certain objective of God. That objective must have been set by God. So we must start originally. Now, how to understand it? Original point is 0, 0. Where does it lie? That still we do not know. Because until something happens finally, we cannot understand this. See, I know relation to science, I have relation to engineering and that to civil engineering. But the only point is that engineering means you are a thinker. Without engineering, you cannot be a thinker, though of small level or a big level whatsoever. I am a thinker, of course, I have pride in that, but I am not thinker that level. Yes, normal level engineer should be based on academic qualification and experience. So my analysis says that human is not that powerful as tries to prove. No human. Maybe scientists, maybe engineers, maybe doctors, maybe whosoever you are not that powerful, because we are using God's material. We are not creating anything on this earth. So when we have limited potential, we are restricted on our way, but we should know God controls us. God, I mean to say, that power which is unknown to everyone, that power controls us. And when I say that power controls us, this means we are subservient to that power without knowing is our master. Actually, that power is our master, our director, our controller, our designer, everyone. Our policy setter, policy decider. So in that case, we have to submit to that, and we submit actually when we are unsuccessful. We say, okay, it's wish of God. Then we ultimately have our key which says wish of God, and we stop at matter of continue. Let us see how much more examination God is conducting for us. We just decide at that point and stop here. That's right. But remember, 2020 is examiner of everybody. Examination paper are moving and people are confused because people do not know answers to any question. We do not know answers to any questions, and we are just deciding everything ourselves. We have to do this, we have to do that, and it may run away. We have so far decided that this is our enemy, this virus is our enemy. This is so far decision by human being. And okay, you can consider as an enemy, unknown enemy, secret enemy. We are calling enemy, you know why? Because it is beating us, is attacking us, and people are dying. That's why it's our enemy. And if otherwise gives benefit to you, it will be your friend. Means when there is a negative act against you, you start calling that's your enemy. And as a benefit comes to you, you will call this your friend, is God gift. Then same enemy shall convert to your God gift. Means whatever in positive way we like it, in negative way we don't like it. But remember, again and again I say, without negative there can be no positive. Without electron there can be no proton. Without darkness there can be no emission of light. That's also true. Just like without soul there can be no body living. Soul is unknown, it's not seen, it's felt. That's why we can't see it. We say it is electronic, magnetic, electromagnetic, something like that we say. Electric current can't be seen, but it works. Mind can't be seen, but it works. Similarly, this power can't be seen. We have named it Corona or COVID-19, and it is working. Okay, let it work. Even if you don't say let it work, it would work. If you say stop, it would work. If you say go away, it would work. You may instruct whatever way, or you may request whatever way. It's not going to affect his health, because it's God's wish. God teaches its children always. God punishes its children, of course, when required, and God gives food to its children also to quench their thirst and to finish, to, you can say, have them food for survival. Therefore, we world over speak whatever. This is cause injury to whole world. Injury to whole world. Unexpected injury, and it's going on. It's not stopped. America-like country, which was country to whom every other country thought that this is a superpower on earth. This conception, this COVID-19 has tarnished and broken, demolished. Power, because most effect has gone to that country. Most effect has gone to country. About, they say officially, about 75,000 people have died so far there. But unofficially nobody says anything, which is fact. I think everybody is lying up to an extent of 75%. Only 25% correct news is coming, right news is coming. All countries are spreading lies. I got a news that German has 10 times cases than what they declare. 10 times cases means if they declare 10, it is 100. If they declare 1, it is 10. And I think same way, similarly, all other countries have lied. Now they themselves say, Trump himself says it shall be around 1 lakh, and he just says to keep people silence. But we know fact is something else. One researcher on a curve projection said it is much more than what they said, and it's going to start now actually. It's going to start now, not end now. Peak has to come, and they say from next month it may be 100,000 per month. So you can imagine, if it's 100,000 per month, where it's going to end? They say millions and millions more cases are going to come. Millions and millions, when they say, when USA researcher says millions and millions, I should take it as crores and crores, possibly. So, we are just welcoming Corona. It's welcome time actually. You may call it welcome or you may call it whatever way. I should call, because energy can never be defined. Ultimately, this is energy. Now I should say, frankly speaking, it's God sent energy. God has sent to us a big examiner, a big teacher, which is examining all world, which is examining each and every body and checking file, auditing file of everybody and passing judgments on that. We heard, we know from our culture, Dharma culture, Bharat Dharma culture. I'm not calling Hindu culture, I'm calling Dharma culture. That Krishna used to say and Ram used to say. I think that's happening. Maybe you remember or not, I don't know. I'll speak again. I know hesitation in that because I am a human being. If some knowledge is available, we have to accept it. If something is written, it has accepted. If that is meaningful and really that applies, then we have to accept this. And that is what is said in Sanskrit. If you remember, might have you seen somewhere, Yada yada hi dharmasya galanirvati bharate abhyothanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijami aham praritanaya sadhunam nashaya vishvatam naritanaya sadhunam. You know that? There are 4 lines. I forgot that one. Praritanaya sadhunam vinashaya dushkartam. Yes, vinashaya dushkartam dharma sanstha panarthaya sambhavami yubege. What does these 4 lines? These 4 lines speak something. Maybe you remember or don't remember. They say, I come to Bharat when there is problems. when there is pollution, when there is deterioration of this earth. And that Bharat does not mean our Bharat. That Bharat means Earth Bharat, Prithvi. That is also called Bharat. Bhumi, it is for us all. And that Bharat means God comes to earth to see that sinners are punished, to ensure that those who are good people, who are right people, they are allowed to live peacefully. And if there is any problem to institutions, those institutions are set right. And those bad peoples, those destroyers of institutions, those who are causing sins are eliminated or taught a good lesson. And re-establish institutions. Whenever that power comes, it does it. And when that power comes, means crimes have gone above your controls. And I think that time is now working, because we are not understanding that. I am not talking scientifically, I am talking referral. Scientists have answered that there is no such deception as was created. It's clear almost that this is natural product, natural transmission from superpower. And if it's natural, this means we should open our minds. We know whole world is full of sinners, whole world is full of criminals. All politicians are near criminals, all politicians. There is, I think, not even a single country when you say political leaders are enough, good enough to be relied upon. There is not even a single leader as of date who can be said that he belongs to Satyavadi Harishchandra clan. There is not a single leader in this world. And when politics goes to that level, everybody wants to loot this earth. You know what? How many people have been killed by these politicians? If you just count, I'm talking of all politicians. How many humans have been killed by them? If you see Iraq war, and if you go before that Hitler, if you go before that someone else, these Philistines by Israel, and due to Kuwait there was war, Allied forces war, 28 countries led by America and supported by England and Canada and Australia and all that, including total Arab. You know how many people were killed in name of weapons of mass destruction? In just that name, that Bush used to say there are weapons of mass destruction, so-called WMD. And when war was over, everything was over, Saddam Hussein was arrested, everything was done. There was not even a single weapon of mass destruction. So that was complete lie, truth lie. No truth there, but what was fault of those people, those civilians and those military people who laid their lives for nothing? And it happened before also. It happened in Japan also. It happened in China. Torture and torture on public. And British did with us. You remember? British did same thing with us. So if you history, this is full of such people, such political leaders who for their sake, for their seats, killed and destroyed humanity. So all are now accounted, and there is someone working on this record so that they might have sent someone in name of Corona, COVID-19, to set this world right. That can be a presumption, but you will find ultimately same. When I say something, I speak not on my behalf. I speak from my conscience. And you say when you speak from your conscience, though it's not logically justified, it cannot be proven, it's not scientific, yet it's powerful. Because when you do not know, your tests cannot reveal your disease, your symptoms cannot your disease, then some stage comes where you say, okay, doctor also says, pray and you will be right, I can't do more than that. That stage has come. When this is only first time that this power has occupied whole world. If it was limited to one place, one country or two countries, we would have said, okay, there's some virus, something like that. No, I think we are all on deception. All are in deception, confusion. Those who are sinners, believe me, they won't be spared. They won't be spared at all. Why Trump is in confusion now? Biggest person, powerful person, politician on earth, president of US. Every day speaks irrelevant. There is no logic in his speech. He does not think even. I cannot say that he cannot think. He can think. But what's happening, if somebody dies or somebody is sick in your home, you get emotional. Even you are very intelligent. This happens. So America is his home, and he has seen lakhs of people dying. Now it's lakhs open to be opening. Frank, there's no statement, nothing, forget newspapers. Lakhs of people died or are going to die. So which president can accept this? Which president can tolerate this? So it's not Trump's mistake that he is talking one thing, another thing, third thing, fourth thing. He is mixed up because he is also a human being. I can't blame him also, because no one can watch it, no one can digest this. A time was there when you saw America, one America dies, America can attack someone else, because even one death America cannot tolerate and deliver. Now there is a long chain of deaths, and you can see London, UK, same thing. They say about 30,000 died. I say no, they are lying. It's more than lakhs. And America is lying maybe in crores. The figure reaches. Soon there is a friction between EU and UK, because they blame UK that this UK did not do its job, it was required to be done. And you can say, I'm finding by my analysis all those at their time of war, and they killed many million people for none of their fault. Same areas, same offenders, same attackers are being impacted now. America, UK, whole Gulf, because they supported, are in turmoil. China has first to be turmoil. It might have tortured many thousands and lakhs of humans. And we are also starting our score now. Our score has started. We have reached around 50. Yesterday's news. So this is official news. Unofficial news, nobody knows. And currently we tortured 2 crore people, laborers, workers. Recently, last week, this week, 40 days. For 40 days, our governments, state governments and central governments have been torturing these poor people. This is torture. If you don't allow them go and take food, I can call it torture. I am not talking any politics here. I am talking humanity. I have no right to torture someone. Even Prime Minister doesn't have right, but they did it. These are poor people. I should have not sympathy. I should have given their rights. And remember, in every country, poor are valued. These people are poor financially, not otherwise. And some are rich financially, not otherwise. If Birla, Tata, Dalmia, Ambani are rich, not because of their own. They are rich because of efforts done by these people. If you are having a bungalow, you are having palace, it's not because of you, it's because of these people. Had they not been there, you would not have constructed a bungalow. You would not have travelled on metro. No development would have been done, achieved. And it's because of these people. Yes, they are not very well educated, but what they do, your gazetted officers cannot do. Your leaders cannot do what they do. They sweat out, they walk in sun, they work in heat and cold, they work in high and low temperatures, they work in high and low humidity, they work in high winds and produce something for you. So, you don't treat them well. What they are paying them? Wages, only wages. You don't respect, it's worker, helper, hey, get out, labor. Yes, we know what treatment we are sent to. Because we are gadgeted, we are white collar, we are big, they are small. This is our country tendency, not American tendency, not English tendency. They are different. Because we are luxurious people, this is luxury. Now, if you don't have these people, what you do? Just think on. Think on little. If we don't have these people, what shall we do? In this house where I am sitting in, would have this? Never. Would have traveled by metro? Never. Will you use your car? Never. Because there is no road, how can you use car? If these people are not there, even car would be there. Because they work in factories and industries also. So where is your humanity? You go to temple, yes, pray. Okay, prayer is enough thing. If you cannot treat these poor people, if you cannot treat animals properly, you are not human. I am very upset with public treatment, with political treatment, with whatever treatment extended to this class of people, because I respect them. I know what's their power. Yes, I don't care for their clothes are dirty. Maybe they are smelling bad, offensive. But remember, they work for you. You will pay some for them. If you procure them from UK and England, you know how much you have to pay? How much they charge the year? You won't imagine. Pay them this much and then see what's their standard. Pay them 5,000 rupees a day and see their standard. Can you? You are paying them 1,000, 500, 600, 200, 300 and jumping on that. Your government cannot pay them even to travel by train 40 days. Are you killer? You kept them closed without food, without water, without any benefit for 40 days, and then you reach some decision for them to have travel and that to use paying for ticket, and then you later on when somebody backed, somebody kicked you from back, somebody kicked you badly from back, then you came to right mind, now you are paying their ticket, you tortured them and you are a criminal of that. God shall punish you, whoever you are. This is my curse to them. God shall punish them, certainly, because they are a Vishwakarma family. You cannot torture them like this. If they are not there, you will stay in jungle. You will stay below trees. Don't you realize that life? Go and see how Americans make houses. Go and see how British people make houses. They make themselves. They are masons, they are helpers, they are technicians, everything they are. They repair their cars themselves, they replace tires themselves, they do most of items themselves. What you do? What do you do? You can only treat them like animals. That's what you can do, nothing else. So this bad act, current bad act and many past bad acts, you did not listen them for demands. You did not, you call them, they are communists, they are atheists, yes, they are communists, so what's the problem with communism? I don't understand. Why do you put names on every problem, and this is this and this is that? Everybody has a right to live, right to eat, only you have right to eat. Therefore, Corona has come. Therefore, COVID-19 has come. This is the only reason. That sins are rising. Those who have power, they are suppressing those who have no powers. Give powers to them and you see what they do. Give them powers. They are nation builder, you know. Not only nation builder, they are world builders. These people worked in GCC for many years and still are there. These were worked in Middle East, Iraq, Iran, Libya and many other countries. These people, of course, they can't go to US or UK, but wherever they worked, they develop those countries. Why Gulf is jumping on development? Because of these people. These may be Bharatwasi, these may be Pakistanis, these may be Bangladeshis, these may be Nepalis, these may be Sri Lankans, these may be Philippines and Thailand, Indonesians, from where you can say they are here. All are in contributory mode, but only those Goras, US and UK, they come as managers, even they do know nothing. And our people contributed there, our engineers, our foremen, all contributed there. I'm asking on those people who do not understand this point, what they are contributing. They are not contributing anything except talk and white collar work. Therefore, we have to change our style of working and mode of thinking. This is what this COVID-19 is trying to teach us. This first time I have seen the whole world, whole world, all countries have been captured by unknown power that is called COVID-19 Corona. This means this is well organized attack on earth. I should say that. First lesson is given to America. First lesson. At same time that lesson has been given to China. Because both are in same pattern. Neither of them is honest. They try to be top on earth, but they are criminals also. They crew badly to a people, and America treat cruelly to all countries, not only to China, to all countries. So America is higher in that case. China is still low, because China treats its people badly, not world otherwise. No. Arabs, we know well. Everybody knows that they are sellers of oil. They had nothing till 1935, and in 85 years they have become riches, not because of their hard work, but because of wealth of nature, wealth that nature gave them. They consider it's their property, that only they own this according to international law of reservoirs ownership. Otherwise, according to God, this for all. Whatever God has hidden in this work, lithosphere or earth, it belongs to all. Of course, because of our own laws, our own charters, we have say no, this belongs to you and plus belongs to us. So their citizen is affected, humanity is affected, not these countries. So actually whatever belongs to earth belongs to everybody. Fact is that. Well, leave that aside. So these people, Gulf people, have become rich because of that oil, and America is rich because of its power. They have also explored this now. If in the last 3 years, they discovered that there is a reservoir or something in shale rocks, shale portion, that is called SHALE, and they allowed ExxonMobil and Chevron to explore those fields, and 8 million barrels per day was being done. Now because they cannot consume that, and then they don't have potential to store this, there's no storing capacity, they have reduced it to 50%. And same thing, this GCC countries, OIC you call them, OIC, not OIC, I think what's it called, OPEC, Oil Producing and Exporting Council. This now they have also reduced to some, and they are further thinking to reduce that. Question is, because there's no demand now. Economy says when there's no demand you can't sell something. It's same stage come that there is no demand because world has stopped. Could you imagine 3 months back or 4 or 5 months back, or in 2019 midway, could you even imagine that this stage is going to come? There are hundreds of gurus, there are hundreds of astrologers. Many big people are there who forecast every day. They tell your future. They tell what's future. Did you get some indication from someone that COVID is coming? Where are those gurus? Those fake frauds? Where are those fraud astrologers? Coming every day on television, writing everything. What about that? This means we are all fake in one way. In other way also we are fake. means we do not trust each other, we do not trust ourselves. This is world now, 2020 world. So that there must be some barricade, there must be some silver lining to say, oh, stop here, you can't cross. Now we are saying keep distance, social distance, keep this, keep that. This social distance means you have to keep that distance in your behavior. But no, people want you to be crorepati every night. Overnight everybody wanted to be crorepati. Everybody wanted to be rich. And evils worked in society like homosexuality, like lesbianism, like cruelty, like rape, like murder, like not giving respect to seniors, not having family institutions, all those points which are clearly directed that humanity has been, there's no respect for humanity, it's clear direction. So when something happens, naturally some power comes on earth, and we know what our culture says. God takes action when something crosses some limit. So God is doing its duty. We did not do our duty. All used cars, I have seen people having 5 cars, 6 cars. In Arab they try every new car because you did not excavate, you did not do concreting, and you got some labor wages. You have a lot of money. America tried to explore oil and he got it successfully. So he stopped importing from Arab and he stopped exporting it. America looted Libya. America looted Iraq. America tried to loot all others. Now he's trying to loot Iran. She always tries to do that. America, England, France, Russia, all these countries who think they are magnitude of everything. So time changes for everybody. It's magnitude of humanity now. If humanity is not respected, more coronas would come. I'm just trying to say what my conscious and minds both are deciding or I to speak. So if it is natural, this is explanation, and if it is not natural, it's scientific, then there's another explanation. But scientists have said this is not laboratory production. They don't know what it is, simply speaking. They're giving options, but they do not know what it is. So far, many scientists of the world have come to that conclusion. There is nothing as such alleged upon Wuhan, China. Man-made virus. No, it's not accepted by team of scientists, a community of science, and even Trump's scientist is not accepting that philosophy. So if scientists cannot accept that philosophy, we cannot accept that. So I say, in that case, forget science, forget it, and amend yourself, your character, your conduct in life. And if you cannot amend that, then what happens, how parents conducts with their kids, you will be conducted like that. There are so many crimes happening all over the world, many types of crimes. Powerful is killing non-powerful. They are, dividing of their rights. Those who got in seats, they don't want to leave seats. They are ready to kill you. All over the world it's like that. Those who are powerful don't understand anything. Those who are haves, they don't want to leave haves, they don't want to be haves not. They don't want to give something those who require. They only show by means if they give something, they publish it. Stunt. So I'm not blaming any individual. It is fact. Now what's happening? Immediately you see within a couple of weeks, lockdowns have been started to be lifted. Gradually, of course. But why so pandemics of lifting lockdowns? What has happened in these 2, 3, 4 weeks? I don't think there's any change. We have seen here no change. is from 1,000 has gone to 50,000. There's no change. This time when it's a lockdown, it's very little. That's gone to 50,000. They are saying, someone I'm saying maybe 1.5 lakhs, because we are not knowing facts. If news from journal says they are lying 90%, if they are lying, so we are also lying. America is lying. American people say, no, it's too much. Bodies were kept in trailers, could not be disposed. Some people from the area complain, some smells coming in, some offending smell, offensive smell. They try to see that bodies were kept in trailers without being offloading. Those were decomposing. If that's the state of say, if America cannot even offload those because there's no space to keep them, you can imagine level of deaths. Forget what they say. Forget 67,000 or 70,000. Always keep 10 there. Always keep immediately 10 there. What needs to get formally, because every body is lying at this moment. If you say 10, a news is coming 10, just keep 0 there. Simply. You will reach your answer. Now we are saying, say 50,000 or 46,000, whatever, just keep 10 there. Simple. Don't trust anybody, because nature is beating us, and this shall continue, because nature keeps beating until you are set right, until you are remolded. So nature is trying to remold our character, our morale, and our everything. Sins, we say sins. Yes, sins, everybody is sinner, because we want to just get rich immediately without understanding meaning of rich. This earth is not owned by me and not by you as well. This is owned by God. We are only users of this earth, because we cannot sell it. Can you sell earth? You cannot sell earth. Yes, you can sell your land, your own piece of land, but you cannot sell your earth, because your piece of land is also a part of earth. Means you can only sell rights of that, not even physical being of that. Yes, this I bought, we say we bought this land, so we bought to use this land. That means is that. So what I say, as very average person, that when you have no solution, what you do? When you have no solution to your problems, what shall you do? You only do it to leave it to God. That's all everybody says. Even I am educated, I would say that. At end, let God take care of this. If all my efforts fail, but I keep on doing efforts, but at this, okay, let God also help me or take care of that. That is what is required. Let God help me. This point, no one is understanding. Everybody is saying fight with this, fight with whom you want to fight. You don't know that being. How can you fight with that? You don't know. Even if you know storm is coming, can you fight with that? You know tsunami is coming, can you fight with that? You know earthquake is coming, can you fight with that? If those you know, cannot fight with them. Can you fight with sun when it is 50 degrees? You cannot fight with that. Can you fight with air when it blows a speed of 150? You cannot fight with that. So why are you interested in fighting with someone you do not know? So this is our pride, false pride. You say, okay, we have to tolerate it and we have to pray, please go. We will do what you say. We will not do any crime. We will not commit any sin. We will take into consideration every time about nature's protection. We will not pollute air. You see what it has corrected for you so far. It was said at first item. It has changed air. Pollution level is down, though energy is there. Energy has not gone somewhere, but because of settlement, scientifically speak, for 2 months you did not drive car, you did not use your industry, means all activities were closed. So what happened? All these particles with suspension in air, because they are very minute particles, particle of ethane, particle of methane, particle of argon, particle of this gas, that gas, all these scientists, they gradually sedimented, settled down to ground. So you see there is clear vision in air, turbidity has gone down, simply saying that. So this is only process. It's not at a screen, it's telling you, do like this. First lesson is given. You taught Ganga, cleaning Ganga, so many thousands, so many crores. So, no, it's not required. Your conduct is required. Your treatment is required. How you treat natural resources. It says, like this, do it like this. You did not drive car for so many weeks. In our country, if you say statistics from traffic, around 35 crore vehicles are used every day. Can you imagine this? Many times I told you, 35 crores, not lakhs. 35 crores transporting vehicles we use every day, in which 12 crore motorbikes are also included. You are using here this much. Other countries are also using. And think of Gulf, oh my God, don't ask that. So if you are burning that much fuel every day, you are using lakhs of big generators every day. You use 20 crore air conditioners every day. You use all trains electrified but air conditioned every day. What does it mean that you are burning fuel every day? So that exhaust used fuel would go to where? To pollution. Simply saying. So if you accept to reduce this, I will be happy. I mean, COVID will be happy. COVID-19. It has demonstrated that I want clean air. I want clean river. It has demonstrated. It is not going to speak or give writing. You have to understand lesson yourself. Because mind also he has given. You had forgot it. It has reminded you. And is also reminding you that I can kill also. Don't worry. I am small particle because I am not visible. You cannot see me even using electron microscope. This means I am soul. I am atom. Atomic atmosphere are related. So don't be over smart when I am there. You cannot even identify me when I would be crossed. I will kill more than crores. Listen to me, foolish person, foolish human. Don't kill animals. I have given you enough food. I have given you enough vegetable. I have given you enough crop. You grow and eat. If you kill someone, I am there to reciprocate. This is what he announces. Be honest. If you cannot be honest, I am there to be dishonest with you. If you cannot keep my earth useful, if you cannot keep it preserved, then I am there to deserve you. Because it's my product. I produce this, not you. You are there only for few years. Use it and come back, or I will come and set you right. This is what it says. It is not philosophical talk. It is observation. If you cannot observe, you are duffer. God has given you brain, which is much more than money. God has given you everything to think and decide. Don't think that it will happen automatically. When there is dirty room, you clean it or not. When you are sweating, you are having very dirt on your body, you take bath or no? Do you ablude or no? Same thing it's doing. They use petrol, very proudly they use it. Okay, petrol means cars and buses and all that, and all facilities. But they did not even leave byproduct of this. What a great is, what average people are. They got petroleum from slug, raw material, and then they extracted petroleum from that, and whatever was balance, they cracked that gas. Whatever balance products, means which are not useful, which are disposed of, they even extracted from that byproducts. Ethylene, from those ethane, propane, methane, whatever products of balance, that I convert butane to this one, to that one, to our plastic, polyethylene. Polyethylene. What is that polyethylene? Polyethylene is nothing but plastic. You are using in your homes, you are using plastic this, plastic cup, plastic plate, plastic this, plastic that. Low density polyethylene, medium density polyethylene, high density polyethylene. Yes, you are using. So polyethylene, corona has come to you. Finish. Enjoy polyethylene. Enjoy medium density, high density. So high density corona has come. How shall you super density would come? I am not joking. Sometimes when you speak like this, you speak facts. It's not going to come back tomorrow. It's not going to go back tomorrow. It is going to stay here, remember. He is not going to ask you permission. It doesn't need your visa. Because it is honor of earth. Because it is God or God's representative. Or you can say it is reincarnation of what you believe in. It is Sudarshan Chakra. See shape of that. No shape. Yes. Invisible Sudarshan Chakra. So don't be in line with that chakra. Therefore, clean yourself. Purify yourself. Forget haram ka paisa. Illegal money. Forget dishonesty. Forget suppressing poor. I have seen many people who do not pay them, who run away. Is this not robbery? That is robbery. These politicians, what they are doing, all politicians, robbery. Poor work, poor pay tax, and who enjoy? These people. They are not contributing anything. They are just abusing your money. You may be Trump, you may be Modi, you may be China wala, you may be this wala, that wala, all wala. All same, no difference. Therefore, Mr. COVID-19 has come. You do not understand this. You take it lightly, no problem. You take it, I got mad, I am talking like this. Because you do not know till now what it is. When thousands of scientists of the world cannot understand what it is, this means that is unknown, that's all. And which is unknown? Secret is God. God is unknown. You may call it Ram, you may call it Krishna, you may call it whatever you call, doesn't matter to me. Matter to me is that there is power. I don't look through mirror of Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, etc. I look directly to that. Because for God, there is no title of religion. God is God. Either understand it or face consequences. This is message from Corona. This message I convey in myself. Science has failed. Medicines have failed. Yes, you can make vaccines. Already it is in progress. Some have made it. I literally announce that I have done it for antibody injections, not treatment of them. And till now there is no treatment except those injections will be used for antibodies resistance. They will just use antibodies and that's it. Your resistance of body will be increased, which you are not able to understand. You can increase your yourself also. There is no need of any medical treatment. There is no need as such. Every day you use it. You can drink hot water, very hot water. You can walk on sun. You can exercise. You stop drinking. See, economical, they are opening drink shops, whiskey shops. I don't understand minds of these politicians. For money they can do whatever they want. Public is public, they will enjoy. They don't understand problems. But you are inviting them to that one. What was so excellency? What is the excellent urgency on this to open these shops? But they did it. That's why I'm saying Corona is required. It is required to teach you a lesson. You cannot understand otherwise. Who knows who is sinner? There is no limit to sin. There are crores of sinners in this world. And that person who is in politics at top, first sinner is he. Because it's not easy to come to that place without involving yourself in sins, in robbery, in doing every kind of bad act what's required to reach that position. Honest people cannot reach that position. That's also a fact. So 2020 is a change year and change decade, not only year. 2020, in fact to 2029, you have to face this trouble. You may be surprised what I'm saying, but you can imagine up to 2025, there's no you can say, there's no way you can achieve economic stability. It's already broken. Economically has gone down. If now people who are being repatriated from UAE to Bharat, they have to pay 3 times air passes. Go and see news. Travel from UAE, from you can say Dubai, from Abu Dhabi, from Sharjah, from wherever, you have to travel to Kerala, you have to travel to Delhi, you have to travel to Bombay. Around prices 3 times the normal prices. It's not because they want to earn, because of changes. Changes of what? Changes of seating arrangement. Now you cannot sit adjacent to other one, because of you have to maintain safe distance in the airplane also. So they will not take it full. They will either remove seats or don't allow people on that. So cost is rising. It will rise everywhere. So your life is changing now. You go to hospital, you have to follow safe distance. You travel by train, you have to follow that. This means price rise is on cards. Everything will be expensive because of this reason. You cannot sit in university together. Maybe half will outside in tents. Or you sit at home. And you sit at home means you can't use AC because there is a danger. If it is scientifically applicable, means you can get virus because of air. So life is changing. What I am saying, COVID-19 is a challenge. Don't take it as challenge. Don't think this is your enemy. Finish. You change yourself. That's the best way. Because your enemy you don't know. So how can you fight with them? This is a politics only they are talking. I'm not happy in what they are talking. No one has solution. Lockdown has failed. Everything has failed. Where there is no lockdown, they're also having the same results which we are having, which America is having. They're having same results. So what's the use of a lockdown? If you don't know source, how it's conducted, how it's behaving, this means we are only living in deception world. Bhram jal. किसी ने सोल फैला दिया हो गया. This is that. Living in obsession is no use. To get normalcy, you have to be normal. Yes, you have to face it. No way out. If it is going to punish someone, nobody can stop it. It will punish that. No one can stop it. Take my words. I think, well, I did not want to speak that much on COVID because sometimes it you feel start boring. But I got certain information, that's why I'm sharing with you in last 24 hours. Whatever information, yesterday I got many information, so I try to share with you. Sometimes I get information, sometimes not get, and I go through about 10-15 sources, newspapers, and that's why I'm talking about you. And politics always play. I don't believe in politics because politics means you have to waste your life. I see everybody cannot be successful in politics. I am normal person, very normal citizen. So my future is not politics. So I don't involve myself. But analysis you have to do. If politicians were good, everything would be happy. But when some people tortures poor, I can't digest that. Poor means those who work hard for you and get some wage. You can say poor. Laborers, workers, construction workers, industries workers, factory workers, all those who do hard work for you and make your life better. I can call them, they are poor and they work for us. And in fact, I should say that they are our assets, because if these people do not exist, then we can't get facilities we are getting. Just imagine there's no worker. Just imagine for a second, for seconds, that there's no worker available in this country, then, and you have money, what use of that money? You can't construct your house, you can't construct your real estate. From where, if you get people from UK and you forget them, they can't work for you. They charge first of all a lot and they don't have that efficiency of production we have. We are dedicated people, we are hardworking people, we are committed people, we believe in results and we give that. Poor can do that, rich cannot do that. If poor commit something, if these workers can submit something, they do it. I have experienced that. You just bring them to line, you just be with them, promise them something, commit to them something, they will be with you, provided you are honest, simply. Provided you think for them. And if you don't think for them, they don't think for you. This is also true. Because they are honest. You are dishonest. You cheat them, then they don't care for you. At most what can they do? They don't work for you. Finish. What to do? If you are not valuing my honesty, my hard work, my problems you are not understanding, then what for you are there? It's happening. If government cannot understand their problem, what's the purpose of government? Only one question. I don't ask any other question. These people means half population, 40% population. You are thinking of billionaires? You are thinking of those looters who looted this country? You are thinking for them, and they are billionaires because not of them, because of these people. If in their industries, in their factories, these people don't work, they are nothing. First of all, they have taken money from banks, they've got borrowings without any security. This is public money, so it's not their own. Maybe 10%, 15% their own. They are using these people. That's why they get richer. Why should we worry for them? Why should government worry for them? My point is that, why are you not worried for these poor people who give you food by growing crops, who give you houses for living by working hard, who give you road to move your car, who give you airport, who give you buildings, everything, without whom nothing is possible. You are treating them as if they are nothing, then you are nothing. You are cruel person. You are not useful for this nation and for this world, because you do not trust honesty. You do not value hard work. Yes, they may not be graduates. What graduates are contributed? They may not be high people. What high people are contributed? What graduates and postgraduates are doing? Only sitting in offices and working. Show me one graduate who can work in sun for 8 hours a day. Show me one. If that person does not belong to poor family. If that person belongs to poor family, he may do, because his past may be like that. But these people who are shouting for nothing, can do nothing, only speak or write, are against nation. If these people, workers suffer, nations will suffer for sure. If today they say, okay, we don't come back to cities, finish, do yourself, they can say, because majority of them come from farmers' family, poor farmers' family. They have land, small or whatever. They can grow crops for them for a year, and they don't pay to sell to you. What you do? Who shall give you food then? Who shall work for you? And I like if they ask their employers now, when you come back, will be there, first comply with these conditions, give them contracts like this. There was an act, there is an act. Immigrant Workers Act 1979, government is sleeping. It doesn't know what is that. Opposition is sleeping, it doesn't know what is that. And Modi Bhakts are just talking and talking. You are not born for talking. Do something. Catch hold of Modi. What he have done? Why did you help these people? Did you do that? You did not do that. So why are you barking now? Why television bastards are barking now? They are bastards, yes. Because televisions are boxers. Only box are televisions now. Nothing else. You may say I am getting angry. Yes, I have a right to be angry, and you too have a right to be angry. Not only right, a duty to be angry with these nation spoilers. Trump faces like this, you know why? His face is squeezing every day because unexpected is happening. Who expected this world that America would lose lakhs of people one day? Who imagined in UK lakhs of people will be lost, like they are saying 30,000. I don't believe that. When Prime Minister can be attacked, what else is left? Prime Minister was sick in hospital. He was near death. God may brought it bring back. No, you don't. I don't. I will. I don't allow you to die now. I will teach you lesson further. So, only way is check yourself and surrender. Change your conduct or suffer. You do not know power of God. Yes, I have not seen God, but I believe in that power. If that power is not there, I am not there. Simple. If that power is not there, I cannot speak to you. You cannot speak. You cannot walk. You cannot eat. This is the power of God that helps you. This is my religion, that's it. I believe in power. I don't believe in religion. I don't believe in any Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, whatever is there. I condemn all. God is there because sun is there. Nature is there. And moreover, we are living from day of birth to day of death. What else do you want? So there is Corona. Name is Corona, that's it. It's soul, nothing else. It is a group of soul. I understand. This is my understanding. An army of soul has arrived on earth, and it is in action. That's it. I don't know more than that. It's going to act. It's up to it, to whom it acts, to whom it teaches something, set right, and then okay, take out, or to whom it tells because its limit of crimes you have done. To each and every body, it will check and tackle accordingly. Either you set right and come to your line, what God requires, and work on this earth, or come back, you are not required here, I am transferring you, suspended from here, go to your permanent home. I am suspending you, means I am killing you. So body is removed from soul and you go back to your pavilion. This is what concept is. So COVID-19 is different. Only emotional answer is start praying it if you can. Start apologizing what you can. That we will be changing ourselves, will not do any crimes, will not do any sin. See level of homosexuality. I am surprised. I never I never believed it in my lifetime And I only within last, you can say, few months, I could realize what sort of messages are coming through Facebook Messenger. What people are thinking, what they are doing, I don't understand. All ages. It's life. What do you want to achieve? You are doing something that spoils humanity. But they don't have any degree of shame. Some have adopted as a profession. Really? They call male to male sex. What do you want to know? I am openly saying. They want to negotiate. So what do you want to do in life? Means you are interested in something which is nothing. You are not talking of science. You are not talking of economy. You are not talking of something else. Society, social culture, social change. You are not talking of elders, seniors. You are talking of something which is nonsense. So what, after all? God is there, surveillance in charge for you. God is there supervising you. And you are doing something you should not do. So what shall God do? Because you are God's employees. You are God's employees, God's workers. You have duty towards God, and you are condemning God. We don't care for you. God get lost. So certainly you will say get lost and God will get lost, or get you lost. It's you decide. My only saying is, it's a time to change. This is 120 number, he said, which is no soul, is soulless number. According to my theology, according to my calculation, it's a number which acts materially. Either material is gained or lost. This is that. Name is 19, but it is in 20. Name is in 19. So 9 number is a fire number. It's a destruction number. It's a struggle number. It's a delay number. So all these properties are working. There is a delay. Everything is stopped. Everything is burnt. Everything is lost. People are struggling. There is a leading and trailing. You are trailing in home now. You are leading. You will lead up some time. Again be trailing. So this is a sequence of change. Those who can understand, fine. Those who can understand, go to wine shop and open it, go and buy wine. So that's the only way. Either do something or sleep. And now you have slept well. If you are still interested in sleeping, no problem. I just wanted to open my heart and mind. If you understand, up to you. If you don't understand, that's also up to you. No need of further explaining, because everybody is there to watch you. Corona army is watching you. I have seen that army. I can't explain, because you will not believe it. So no need. You will say, this speculative person, he is just talking nonsense. Okay, no problem to me from that sentence also. But it is working. Working and working. And don't be surprised if this attack continues, this attack, and it goes to crowds, as it was one day, and it may go to whatever number out of 8 billion population of Earth. I'm not talking of country now, because for COVID or Corona, there's only one country, and that is Earth. No two countries. It doesn't differentiate between America and China, or America and Bharat or someone else. It does not differentiate. For it, objective is one: set Earth right, set Earth residents right, or kill them. Finish. Options are with you: set right or leave this planet. That's up to you. No look down, nothing, all useless time waste. Be open, same results will come what are coming now, because it's natural, it's not viratical, it's all deception, all deception. I now stop this and talk to some of my points, and I now just put a barricade here for further that there's a section, next section is coming, so that you can move. If you want to see later, you can find out on that. I was talking in connection to management of projects. As usual, many of you people might not have attended that, but I no problem. I know people are not interested, but if people are not interested, doesn't mean that I should also not be interested. I don't count number of peoples, but whatever is to be said is to be said. It's 25 degrees in morning time, 3 o'clock, 25 degrees. Every day climate is changing. So I was talking about Institution of Engineers Charter, and I can say who's there. Let's see, Mr. Pradeep. Good morning, Mr. Pradeep, and Mr. Reena. I don't know. Rana. Okay. Good morning to all. Whatever. No. I was explaining about one charter related draft of which draft actually I worked out in 2016 or 17, 2017. I worked out these charters, but due to some reasons of money requirement, I was unable to file this in Apex Court. So I don't even depend on that, because if public is not interested, you can't help it. I'm not alone in this country. There are millions of engineers, and if engineers are not proper, means if they don't work out the requirement, if they are not respected, they don't care for themselves, then how can they change country? I don't know. Country depends upon engineers physically, and health-wise it depends upon doctors. Others are all secondary. So there were some issues regarding engineers, issues related to profession, and other issues which must be resolved, but it didn't happen. This charter, which was released in 1935, could not be understood by people of this country, and which must be actually understood now. If not, engineers could not understand it, and that is the problem here. So I don't know why these people are creating nonsense every time. I have requested all the time, don't call me if you don't have a question, but they keep on calling like stupid people of this world. They are actually sinners, I should say. I should not respect them. Sometimes I feel very angry with them. They know somebody is working and talking, and they interfere unnecessarily. Such people are called dogs or what? I don't understand. They are dogs-like. Well, this issue I have struggled with for many, you can say 3 decades, more than 3 decades. There was a charter issued by King George V in 1935 regarding engineering, which is top profession in world. Because without engineering, not is possible. You cannot do anything without engineering. Administration is not valued that much as engineering is valued, because engineering makes country. And if this point, if those understand, they are brilliant, and if those do not understand, I leave it to them. This charter is for engineering promotion, advancement, and business, or you can say development of a nation. This charter is not first in history, it's first in our history, but this was a practice in Britain to issue charters for many associations and bodies. But later on, this was done that whatever professional body or charities or religious bodies who are doing a lot for public and public interest, those were well qualified, educated societies having degrees, all members having degrees, and having more than 5,000 membership in that body, financially capable, sustainable and responsible people. If they had petitioned for grant of charter, it was allowed to them, satisfied, is subject to satisfaction of compliance with certain requirements of king. These were considered as prime legislation, means not secondary legislation, not legislation that drew its power from parliament but from king or ruler or sovereign, you can say. So such meaning of charters, that's called royal charter. Name is royal charter because this right comes from king, from royal. So that's it's a royal charter, means whatever body is allowed this charter, that body is, you can say, royal body or sovereign body. It itself the same power as country has. It means in terms of valuation, that's what I'm talking. So in 1935, there's one institution that says entitled the Institution of Engineers India, whose head office is located in Calcutta, Gokhale Road 8. This institution was constituted, established in 1920 under Companies Act, but later on, after 15 years of its performance and based on requirement that engineering has to advance, it was established as well as granted royal charter in line to valuation of its performance. And that royal charter grants its members a status of Chartered Engineers India, and all members are corporate members that are fellow of Institution of Engineers India, member of Institution of Engineers India, and associate member of Institution of India. And this charter itself is a document which is letters patent, L-A-E-T-T-E-R, letters patent, P-E-T-N-T, which means this is an open letter, which means this is not secret. This should be known to public. Public must have right to access to this document, and that is called open letter, not classified one or not covered one. Hence, address was to all members of institution. That basis for them, they have to organize this body, and for support for that, there is a council that's called Council of Institution of Engineers, which has to execute this charter. It's like what secretaries of every company do under Companies Secretary Act. This is what is done. This charter has also been power to engineers, to body, that it can disseminate, it can conduct classes, it can train students who are interested in engineering to learn engineering, and then this institute can test them by holding examinations or by whatever means, and whatever examination they hold, that examination is equivalent to, is legally treated equivalent to first degree of engineering, that's Bachelor of Engineering or Bachelor of Science or Bachelor of Technology. This means a person, they have two sections, Section A and Section B examinations. If some student who passes both sections of exam, Section A and Section B, in totality, that certificate is given to person, which mentions that this is an equivalence to in the engineering degree. That is equivalent value of this certificate, means person becomes an engineer by academics. And later on, if you experience in field, you can be allowed to be corporate member of the institution in capacity AM and later M and later F. And Chartered Engineer India designation is automatically allowed to all these three memberships, AM, M and F. And there are more designations in this which are titular only, but professional designations are Professional Engineer India and International Professional India. Professional Engineer India is in accordance with bylaws of this institution that council decided, the members decided, as well as International Professional Engineers India means Institution of Engineers India itself is a permanent member of one international agreement that's called IPEA, and before it was EMF, means before it was Engineers Mobility Forum, which was international body, and now it is IPEA, which is International Professional Engineer Association. This is a replacement of EMF, and there are currently 15 members in this agreement, including US, UK, Canada, Australia, whatever, South Africa, Sri Lanka. And our country is also one of them, means our country is represented by the Institution of Engineers India, which is a royal charter from UK. So this is the story behind. Every corporate member of the institution is empowered, is authorized to use style and title charter in India, but it is not an order to public that you have to accept as such. It's order to member that they can write that, they can declare themselves as such. Membership is chartered. Membership is this charter. I consider constitutional statute, because it has been given under prerogative and other powers enjoyed by king that time or now. There is nothing. It's supported by Privy Council. Privy Council advised to Majesty that this charter must be granted to them. So Privy Council advice means statutory advice, and order in council, which is root of this charter, order in council, which means total constitution. Means you can say without any minus sign that constitution was there. So what I interpret power of this constitution as a power drawn from Constitution of India now, though it's not mentioned there as Institution of Engineers India, but according to order in council interpretation, this means it's complete law, it's primary law, and our primary law of Bharat, India, is Constitution of India. This point we are unable to understand, and this point engineers are unable to understand, because engineers are also in frictions. They are not united. They are not united to think for country. I don't understand difference. Why they have difference? Because they may have some egos, but egos have got no value when development is concerned. It's not my personal body, and it's also not personal body of some other engineer. So it's a law-based body, it's a law-based, that's based on Royal Charter 1935, and that charter until access, it's a piece of law, special law. It must be respected by every engineer, because there is nothing wrong. Nobody is paying out from pocket something. If there is something existing, even though it was not popular, and yet now also it's not popular, but whatever, it is there. Why not ever this, rather than forcing government to putting another law in place of this law which doesn't have any benefit to people? Engineering means you have to work for people, and not that we should have power only. Even if you have power, you have not done anything. If you don't do anything, so there is no meaning of that power as well. Just like if you make a building architecturally very good, very beautiful, attractive, and then you find after few years that walls are cracked, building is sinking, there is no control. So what meaning of finishes in that case? So I think just like in our body, if our bones are weak, our skeleton weak, we are not very strong, what shall doctor do in that case? If you don't bake your body in sun, if you don't release your toxins in sun, what shall someone do in that case? It's in our hands how to maintain. Means if your body is dynamic, it's good, you can live good life. Same thing, if some structure is good, it can work for you, it can serve for you. And if building is very beautiful, very decorated, colorful and all that, and if it doesn't have any strength in its structure, then this beauty is nothing, it's hoax. So when I say like that, you should understand what I'm talking of. I mean to say, there should be quality structures, there should be everything. But if engineering is not valued, if those who work in that, engineer works a lot, and if you decide something, if I decide for columns design, or for beam design, or slab design, or some other design, I have to think a lot. I have to use my forces, how to find forces, I have to use applied There's a theory of structures I have to use first, and then I have to design of structures based on codes. Because I have to go through codes and all formulas of calculation, and then I have to find what size of this medium, what size I selected or that's justified or not. This was all engineering does. The same thing mechanical engineers do, same thing electrical engineers do, and same thing all this all rational engineers are required, basic engineers work on it too. So we have to understand that point. And there's a relation between architect and engineer. What's your professional relation? But architects don't realize that. They take a different way. Architects have even told to the regulations that they also know structure, which is nothing but fake, a hoax system doing. Yes, you learn it, just like I learned as civil engineer in my program. I learned electrical engineering, I learned thermodynamics or a mechanical engineering of sort. Or I could learn a social science and many other subjects which had nothing to do with my stream of engineering. Yet you learn for purpose of general knowledge or for purpose of because a coordination in your management field. This coordination is very important because without coordination, your body cannot work. If there's no coordination between your mind and your speech, or if your mind says something, your body doesn't accept that there's no coordination at all. So coordination, layers, and collection must be all time, and that's the whole purpose of this engineering. Engineers cannot work if they are not supported by public. Engineers cannot give quality, and quality is very important. I believe in quality simultaneously with quantity. If you lag behind in quality, your quantity is useless. And if you lag ahead of quality, then it's better quality, it's you can say value-added quality. And if both go together, means quality and quantity, it's called professional production. So we have to think this way. Means engineering means it should be quality, it should be honesty, it should be work and everything. And if engineers cannot understand, no one can help them. We may have millions of engineers, but there are very few percentages who can give quality work. This I observed practically. And I am just describing all this because this is happening, and reasons behind it, what made me to write like this on PIL draft, though it's not gone to court yet, because it could not go, if you want to go to court, you have to spend money, and I don't have that much money for this case, where, Supreme Court doesn't even talk less than 5 lakhs, if you talk to some better judge. The 5 lakhs this, and after this, for every hearing, this and that means. So it is out of my question, I just did something, I shared with people, but there is no one strong enough to come forward to say that yes, I can, I or we people can work for this. Well, that's so I kept in my heart and stopped this, but still it's required to share with you. It is very important function. Architect and engineers are two communities which move together, otherwise no work can be done. But here architects have different approach. If you go and see their regulations, I don't like it. If you encroach into others sphere, others scope of work, and this is what they have done in 1989, though the act was enacted in 1972 because of one MP Modi, and they got some power, means actually they got registration power in that act, which power says whoever person who is registered in this book of Council of Architecture, this Council of Architecture holds or maintains one register, entry to which register means you are an architect. That is meaning of that and nothing else. But these people have their own, using their own power, have encroached into their profession, even structural engineering and services engineering, which have nothing to do with their profession. Yet engineers always kept off themselves. They don't involve in this kind of seminars. They don't involve in this. This means if they don't involve in this and they amend this or they use this, they cannot serve this country so simply because it's engineer who has to read documents, not labor, worker or foreman. They are not involved in this. Engineer is involved. So if you can't understand that, you cannot understand contracts also. So you can't even survey this contract or work. So we have to keep it from that point of view. Means our profession, that is education is one part, but application of education means our practical life is different part. That point is very important to be understood. And I tried to bring on this draft page those problems which we have been facing in field, and problems are many. and that is like a structural engineer. Somebody call, I call civil engineer, I don't call it structural engineer. Though structural engineer is specialization in that, so structural engineer or site engineer you can pay, but actually all are engineers. So I consider it we contain in project management, and that project management is specialty of engineers only, not others. If somebody else comes after by PMP, that person just enters a field which it doesn't understand, cannot understand. You can understand finance, you can't understand what is technology, you can't understand what is the design, you can't understand what is the meaning of drawing, you can't understand the meaning of specifications. If you want to understand that, you have to be an engineer first. Purpose of management is different. Management just to manage what's available. So when I say I compare architects and engineers in this country, I find that there is no cohesion among them or adhesion among them. There is no compliance to rules, and nobody bothers. I just sometimes go through Facebook page and see some people or groups who are writing on the engineers, structural and all that, and they put some photographs of some project, and when you raise some question they can't answer. I have seen this many times. They write something, for example, they show a photo of some site where steel bars are piled up and lying on sides and with complete rust, and nobody bothers. And when I wrote, this quality you are talking, you are claiming about quality, but what's quality of a surface of concrete, this steel is lying first of all open, and it is like randomly, there's no cover on them. You did not put any plastic cover on that, but you just started saying we are giving good quality, where your steel is like rusted. At this point, everybody should understand reality of life. Now, what I said in that draft, I'm talking about, is something very, very uncommon. Uncommon in a sense, first of all, it's done under Constitution, Article 32, that is meant for PILs where law is challenged, or where there is also question to validity of law, or what is meaning of that law. You can say what is construction or interpretation of that law. That point allows you to use Article 32 of Constitution of India, and which I applied here with my title in this petition. Title is, that is, petition under constitutional Article 32(1), public interest litigation respecting roles of architects and role of civil engineers, structural engineers and services engineers on building development activities in India. This is my title of, and they are then a resident, there are no petitioners. I'm not going to speak those petitioners now, there's no meaning. Similarly, respondents are Council of Architecture, respondent R1, R2 respondent Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India, R3 is Ministry of Human Resources and Development, Government of India, R4 is Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, R5 Institution of Engineers, India. And then again this petition, about what petition is about. Then we move further. I have given them notices also, formal notices, and I say that I passed those notices through mails, using mails, and one was sent in August 8, 2016 to Council, and its reminder was sent on, its reminder number one was sent on August 25th, 16, means 17 days later, and its reminder number 2 on September 8th, 2016, and its reminder number 3 on September 24th, 2016, and under copy each time to respondents, the Honorable Ministries of Human Resources and Development, Urban Development, Law and Learned Chartered Statutory Body of Institutions of Engineers, India, requiring learned statutory body, Council of Architecture, to act on issues raised on notices regarding encroachment on engineers' activities within profession with reference to their notified regulations under Architect Act 1972, Section 48(2), subsection 1. Pursuant to these regulations, referrals which are COA/DOC/03/2002 April 12 and 13 refer to pertinent exhibits P-E20. So this was actually this document I'm talking about. And then question is QLL, which is question of law, and one question is QL1, and this is Architects Act 1972 under Section 45(2), Constitution of Architecture Professional Conduct Rules refer to petitions exhibit P. This much. Role of architect on building designs, construction, and question of law. Question of law. Number 2, Institute of Engineers India Royal Charter 1935 refer to petitioners exhibit, which is having force of statute with having an objective as follows, that is promotion of general advancement of engineering science and their applications in India, to promote and advance science, practice and business of engineering in all its branches, hereinafter referred to as engineering. Now, role of Chartered Engineers India, various disciplines. So this is mentioned there. I'm not going to repeat all. I'm saying that petition about building engineering professional activities. This petition is related to professional activities to be carried out or conducted by architects, Chartered Engineers India, Professional Engineers India, and engineers attached to various professional societies. Then there are many other provisions I have given in that. I'm not going to repeat them now. So many pages are there. All I have done, have explained to you all what I included, the reasons behind that. And yesterday I reached to a point where I had filed my personal petition to August House of Rajya Sabha, that point, and I talked a lot about that, and that point is on page, I think it is 10906. No, it's more, I have to go more. So let me see. This was here. This is about, I explained to you about this prayer that I filed in August House of Parliament Rajya Sabha, and this was on, you can say, this was in year, exactly date here, I'm not finding it. It was, I think, it was in 2003. Yes, I think in 2003 probably it was that this was raised, it was submitted to Rajya Sabha, and prayer was, just for your information, though it's not necessary to do, it's sprayed upon August House of Parliament, Council of States, that Honorable Human Resources Ministry, Government of India, notified to refresh all relevant authorities of India, institutions, courts, Government of India, local bodies, municipalities, private and in general public, and others, accept as legal documents Chartered Engineers certification, professional certification, whenever it is statutorily required, such as for submission or approval of building plans, systems, designs, engineering plans, engineering designs, calculations, construction drawings, all contract documents, construction methodology or method statements, quality assurance documents, safety and environment controls, technical controls, valuation, product total quality, process supervision, stability, completion, estimates, project reports, services, investigation reports, etc., but not limited to these. All these operational provisions to be constructed are enshrined within IEI or the Institution of Engineers India Charter Scheme effective 1935 and still in force. This was a petition. A lot of correspondence were done on this to and from this Rajya Sabha and also Institution of Engineers India in this regard, but nothing happened. Till today, nothing happened on this account. So that's my experience on this application, that it was destroyed by those dealing gadget officer, IS officers, whoever they. I exactly don't remember name today, just 7 days before. So title was making it mandatory for Indian institutions, municipalities, etc. to accept Institution of Engineers India Chartered Engineers Professional Engineer Certification or designation. Petition regarding it was, and that was destroyed, I think, not even admitted by that institution, and that's why I can say. Then I explained that at full length, but it was closed. I got information from you can say from one of my colleagues, that's Altaf, that he applied for status of this petition from Rajya Sabha through RTI, and in results, in answer, it was that is dead forever. There is no action on that, and then this was not even admitted. So now I'm going to extend my talk to next issue other than this petition, and that is international bodies leading on contracts. An objective to include following references from international bodies is to apprise Honorable Court about status of engineers in professional practice used globally on civil engineering buildings and other projects. Now, international references. One is FIDIC, FIDIC, refer to petitioner's exhibit. Okay. Now, related to construction contracts, FIDIC relates to construction contracts and professionals considered within such contracts for purpose of design and supervision of works. FIDIC, general conditions of contracts for construction, that's Red Book 1999, and then in this we'll talk later on details, but in this term of definition has been defined. What is engineer? It's defined, and it says engineer means person appointed by employer to act as engineer for purpose of contract and named in appendix to tender, contract, or other person appointed from time to time by employer to be notified to contractor under different clauses. Then employer's personal means engineer. Employer's personal means engineer. Assistants referred to in subclause delegation by engineer, and all other staff and labor and other employee of engineer and of employer or any other personnel notified to contractor by employer or by engineer as employer's personnel. There's provision of DAB. DAB means person or three persons so named in contract or other persons appointed under subclause, which is appointment of dispute resolution board, or subclause failure to agree dispute resolution board. Then there's the meaning of FIDIC in this. FIDIC means Federation International. Federation International. This ingenious councils, engineers. As I say, engine itself is an intelligent word. So this ingenious consults, or in English language it is International Federation of Consulting Engineers. So it is ingenieur. Then we come to this international organization is responsible to standardize various types of contracting forms to be used on all types of contracts around the world. Then engineers, duties and authority, and after that employer shall appoint engineer who shall carry out duties assigned to it in contract. Then engineer's staff shall include suitably qualified engineers or other professionals who are competent to carry out these duties, and engineer shall have no authority to amend contract. Engineer may exercise authority attributable to engineer as specified or necessarily to be implied from contract. If engineer is required to obtain approval of employers before exercising a specified authority, requirement shall be started in particular conditions. Then employer undertakes not to impose further conditions, constraints or engineer's authority except as agreed with contractor. However, whenever engineer exercises a specified authority for which employer approval is required for purpose of this contract, employer shall be deemed to have given approvals, except as otherwise stated in these conditions. Whenever carrying out duties or exercising authority is specified in or implied by contract, engineer shall be deemed to act for employer. Engineer has no authority to relieve either party of any duties, obligations or responsibilities under contract. Now, whatever approval check, certificate, consent, examination, inspection, instruction, notice, proposal, request, test or similar act by engineer, including absence of disapproval, shall not relieve contractor from any responsibility for errors, omissions, discrepancies and non-compliance. Just repeat. Whatever approval check, certificate, consent, examination, inspection, instruction, notice, proposal, request, test or similar act by engineer, including absence of disapproval, shall not shall not relieve contractor from any responsibility for error, omission, discrepancies and non-compliance. And then can go on the time for 5 minutes. Then it is performance certificate. Performance of contractors. Performance of contractors' obligations shall not be considered to have been completed until engineer has issued performance certificate to contractors stating that on which contractor completed contractual obligations under contract. Now let us say some explanation here. The foregoing contentions relate to external international references which are giving us FedEx, for example, applicable on construction and designs and construction contracts, which have been included for information only. Benefits of information, benefit of Honorable Court to apprise status of engineers or engineers' definitions on contracts and observe a description of respective duties and obligations to be affected for discharge professionally. Now, contracts related to buildings, building construction are parts of buildings engineering, which are required to be administered by civil engineers internationally, and disputes accrued on contract management are dealt with by civil engineers based on enrolled professional qualifying degree, title chartered engineer or equivalent title applicable in country of project's occupation. Now, engineer defined on contract, only few pages are left I think in this, 30 pages only, 15 pages. Engineer defined on contracts is designated first level of lowest tier dispute resolution authority, DAV, dispute resolution board, is designated second level of middle level dispute resolution authority, and finally statutory constituted arbitration tribunal as highest concluding authority, who adjudicates judgments on disputes which in form of arbitration awards are treated equivalent to court decrees. So there are three levels for dispute resolution. Either level 1 is engineer itself, level 2 is DAB, that is dispute resolution board, and then comes arbitration. So there are three stages. Then said that dispute resolution board is designated second level of middle level dispute resolution authority, and finally statutory constituted arbitration tribunal as highest concluding authority, who adjudicates judgments on disputes which in form of arbitration awards are treated equivalent to court decrees. Appointment related to all members of DAB, that is disputes resolution board, is done by both parties to contract employer and contractor, while qualification of board members being engineers of engineering and contractual background. Then, therefore, it can be seen that qualified chartered engineers are considered competent to be engaged on construction contracts, which contracts could be either EPC status or simply construction status based on employers based on employers provided designs, which project contract designated engineer supervises and administers from its commencement date to whatever completion date. Thus, the explanation is which also infers that designated engineers are entrusted to certain compliance of contract activities being successfully prosecuted and then issue contract performance certificate and project completion certificates for purpose of meeting statutory requirements all over world. A few more pages in this, I think. How many pages? I'll continue whatever page is 154 still. So, since all major building projects are entrusted to all major building projects involve structural framing. Preferably, engineers are entrusted to supervise and administer these projects so that structure does not remain susceptible to any distressing or overstressing risk during serving and total lifetime of project. Architects are employed on all such projects to regularly visit projects site to ensure that no deviation occurs on any floor layout and no violation occurs anywhere during construction stages. While all architectural discipline items such as finishing activities are monitored in details by architects under engineers' contract administration functions. International references. 2 is NEC, New Engineering Contract. NEC, New Engineering Contract, UK, that related to construction contracts and professionals considered within such contracts for purpose of designs and supervisions of works. NEC is Engineering and Construction Contract by Institution of Civil Engineers, UK. New Engineering Contract, NEC or NEC Engineering and Construction Contract, is a formalized system created by Institution of Civil Engineers that guides drafting of documents on civil engineering and construction projects for purpose of obtaining tenders, awarding and administering contracts. And after that, as such, they legally define responsibilities and duties of employers who commission work and contractors who carry out work in works information. Contract consists of 2 key parts: contract data part 1, data provided by employer, and contract data part 2, data provided by contractor. Several approaches are included, making it a family of options. It's used in OK, it's used in UK and internationally in countries including New Zealand, Australia, Hong Kong, and South Africa. And then there have been, let's say, it's used in UK and internationally in countries including New Zealand, Australia, Hong Kong, and South Africa. It's used in, okay, there have been 3 editions, first in 1993, second in 1995, and most recently in 2005 June. 2005 edition of NEC3 was amended in June 2006 and again in April 2013. Okay. Now, NEC is a family of standard contracts, each of which has 3 characters. Its use stimulates good management of relations. Good management of relations ship between 2 parties to contract and hence of work included in contract. It can be used in wide variety of commercial situations for a wide variety of types of works and in any location. It's a clear and simple document using language and structure which are straightforward and easily understood. NEC3 complies fully with achieving excellence in construction, AEC, excellence in construction principles, efficiency and reform. Group of UK Cabinet Office recommends use of NEC3 by public sector construction procurement or procurers on their construction projects. New contracts now form a suite of contracts with NEC being brand name for umbrella of contracts. When it was first launched in 1993, it was simply new engineering contract. Then this specific contract has been renamed engineering and construction contract, which is main contract used for any construction based on project. It's now still alongside. It now sits alongside a number of other contracts that together should mean that NEC suite is suitable for whatever stages of a life cycles project is at end for any penalty, any party within a project. Let me read it again. It now sits alongside, that is, yes, I then move further. It now sits alongside number of other contracts that together should mean that NEC suite is suitable for whatever stages of a then should Contracts available within suit are engineering and construction contract ECC. Okay. Then contracts available within suits are engineering and construction contract suitable for any which, let me say, let me repeat this para, I think this is something the same. Then if you go forward, it is obligated. Imaging is suitable for any construction-based contract between an employer and contractor. It's intended to be suitable for sector of industry, including civil, buildings, nuclear, oil and gas. Within ECC contract, there are 6 family levels, options of which employer will choose what he deems to be most suitable and give him best option value for Now, let's move forward a little because there was some mix up in that data. I would say, plainly speaking. I was talking of NEC and now it's ECC. Contract data, 6 family level options of which employer will choose what he deems to be most suitable and give him best options, value for money on that project. Now, this is foregoing contentions relate to external international references. That's NECC on construction contracts has been included for information. Benefit of Honorable Court to apprise status of engineer's definition on contracts and description of respective duties and obligations to be affected, discharged professionally. Now, contracts related to buildings, construction, erection are parts of buildings engineering discipline which are required to be administered by civil engineers internationally, and disputes accrued on contracts management are dealt with by civil engineers based on professional qualifying degrees, titles, chartered engineer or equivalent degree title of that country where production is located, where project is located. All NEC designed forms of contracts and prosecution of projects performance are supervised and administered by chartered civil engineers. Now, certain authoritative conclusive preferences here. Maybe how many pages are left, I think. Well, no problem. Certain conclusive references from Indian courts, local bodies, authorities, architect, bill presentation in parliament given up below. It's Allahabad High Court. I'm going to internal references. Allahabad High Court. Let me see. It says good morning, Jit Kumar Verma, Sam Nanavati, and think so. Well, let's move forward. So, certain conclusive references from courts, local bodies, authoritative architects, bill representation, parliament against law, Allahabad High Court judgment against UP state government, notification, petition 27386 of 1997. Uttar Pradesh government notified on June 24th, 1997 that reconstruction of building up to 300 square meter in area, maps prepared by law of development authority, signed and certified by registered architect. No approval of development authority was required. Notification was challenged in Honorable High Court, Allahabad High Court. Justice M. Kajju and Justice J.C. Mishra stayed impunged notifications on September 29, 1997. Arguments were heard. Acknowledged that such a notification will amount to discrimination in respect of engineers and diploma holders. Honorable Kerala High Court judgment dated October 14th, 2003 and case number, this is 33507 of 2000. The Government of Kerala is pleased to accord sanction to accept, this is Kerala Honorable High Court judgment actually. Government of Kerala is pleased to accord sanction to exempt corporate members of Institution of Engineers India also from taking license from municipal authorities, as in case of architects, considering qualifications and experience of corporate members. Kolkata Municipal Corporation Circular number 43 of 1999 to 2000. It's been decided that civil engineers who are members, fellows of this Institution of Engineers India are deemed to be authorized to act as building surveys under CMC. In Bangalore Municipal Bylaw 2003, dated February 21, 2004, in which engineer qualification and competence, minimum qualification competence is stated strictly for provisions of National Building Code. Then Uttar Pradesh Government Circular dated January 5th, 2008, reference to petitioner exhibit. Okay, whole UP state says it is number UP state 118 bracket 1 oblique 8111807. Civil engineers who are corporate members of the Institution of Engineers India are authorized to practice per competence stated in NBC 2005. Similar to architects, engineers will not be required to take any license or registration of any authority related to construction or development. Then no charges for engineers registered by Bhubaneswar Development Authority. MIDC Maharashtra DC rules had mentioned only architects. After representations, engineers were included. Then Maharashtra State Agriculture Marketing Board, Pune, advertised for panel architects, to which after representation engineers were included. Melagaon Municipal Corporation, District Nasik, advertised only for architects. include architects to which after representation engineers were included. During architects bill presentation in Parliament, statement of objects and reasons. This legislation protects title architects. This is from, when debate was ongoing in connection with Architect Act 1972. It's from that reference. Statement of objects and reasons. This legislation protects title architects, but does not make design, supervision and construction of buildings as an exclusive responsibilities of architects. Other professions like engineers will be free to engage themselves in their normal occasions in respect of building construction works, provided that they do not style themselves as architects. Then what conclusion is that a conclusion statement I'm going to give, and that is concluding prayers. That's that a prayer is made that all engineering services respecting structural engineering, civil engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, HVAC systems, water supply and sanitary engineering, security, engineering, etc. should be struck off from architectural comprehensive services. List declared by Council of Architecture under included Council of Architecture Regulation 1989 and pursuant to these regulations published on Council of Architecture website. Referral document COA /DOC/03/2002/APR/12 and 30. Then refer to petitioner exhibit. Now, which documents enlist all services disputed in punch list on page 53, Handbook of Professional Documents, Council, and that Honorable Supreme Court is prayed to devise a direction to Government of India, all state governments, all such state governments, authorities, all local bodies, all municipalities, all authorities under other authorities and others as relevant in India to direct them in all required aspects and respects to comply with provisions included within II Charter 1995, so that Chartered Engineer India and Professional Engineers India plus to comply with provisions included within II Charter 1935, so that Chartered Engineers India is Professional Engineer India and Professional Engineer and other competent engineers attached to various professional societies from respective branches of engineering may not be able to give work for public and required legally. to work on various engineering disciplines pertinent all engineering activities, competency wise, so as to realize in existence professional practicing role of engineers in society and contribute unto national development, delivering quality engineering services. In this regard, a common communique was emailed to various state governments requesting to comply with II charters, provisions, mandate, practice engineering profession, and in particular on buildings and buildings structures. Refer to P this in consequences and building structures, refer to this code. Then comply by charter provisions mandate which permits chartered engineer India freely practice engineering profession and in particular on buildings and building structures, in consequence to which no response received at all, and that a prayer is made respectively on Honorable Court to order that to an extent when deciding concerned professional engineering competencies, it is an obligatory chartered responsibility of Institution of Engineers India to its obligatory chartered responsibility of Institution of Engineers India to notify all details related to each discipline and specification on competencies in all competencies in all branches of engineering, so as to enable public and all authorities apprise themselves with limits, mandatory responsibilities, branches of engineering, so as to enable practice and all authorities apprise themselves with limits, mandatory responsibilities and statutory obligations, which shall also keep all professional professions, all engineers in profession, whosoever binding during providing such designated professional engineering services to whosoever be a client or user of such professional engineering services, whether or not in public or private sector or others. Then, in this regard, petitioner has submitted its proposal dated November 1st, 2016, and reminders they will after that In this regard, petition has submitted its proposal dated November 1, 2016 and reminders thereafter November 25th, 2016, dated December and 29th, 2016, 9th November 2017 to Institution of Engineers India to constitute engineers competencies bylaws respecting engineers who professionally practice on activities of designs and construction of buildings, refer petitions executed. But no response in this regard. No response in this regard received from Institution of Engineers India, Article 18 IIRL Charter 35. I repeat this paragraph once more because it's also knowledge of India. Then Mr. Production is gone there. What's that actually? I think I missed some paragraph. Let me see how to look at that. It's difficult to read. And that a prayer is made respectfully to honor High Court order that to an extent when deciding concerned professional engineering competencies, it is an obligatory chartered responsibility of Institution of Engineers India to notify all details related to each discipline and specialties competence in all responsibility of Institution of Engineers India to notify all details related to each discipline and specialization and competencies in all branches of engineering, so as to enable public and all authorities apprise themselves with limits, mandatory responsibilities and statutory obligations, which shall also keep all professional engineers and all engineers in profession whosoever binding during providing such designated professional engineering services to whosoever be a client or user of such professional engineering services. Whether or not in public or private sector or others, in this regard, petitioner has submitted his prospects order November 1st, 2016 and reminder thereafter dated November 2016 in regard to solution. After that, to Institution of Engineers India to constitute engineers competency bylaws respecting engineers who professionally practice on activities of designs and construction of buildings. Then if you go further, you see, I think that's the last page probably of this topic, maybe last or one more. I say then, constitute engineers competency bylaws respecting engineers who professionally practice on the activities of designs and construction of buildings, refer petitioner. Okay, but no response in this regard received from Institution of Engineers India, Article 18 IIRL Charter, and empowers those empower II corporate members to enact bylaws to meet professional requirements. and that its future is further prayed for title protection, whereas II Charter in a letters patented law, and whereas its present Article 22 protects II and its corporate members, chartered engineers, India. Whereas its present Article 22 protects II and its corporate members, chartered engineers, India, in each and every deemed professional engineering powers, authority, and respects appended thereto. Title of Chartered Engineer India, Professional Engineer India, engineers attended to various other recognized professional societies should be protected by law, which requires that title engineer should be used only by chartered. Professionals, engineer India, chartered engineer India, engineers attached to other required recognized professional bodies as well by all those engineers who draw such entitlement from other special acts, while all other persons using or subscribing this title engineer for professional bodies, professional practice, objective or otherwise similar objectives be prohibited or banned from engineer title use, with action taken under Indian Penal Code in case of violation. And I should say that in this connection, in this draft, as I told you in the beginning, purpose is to get power of court. Though there is a law, charter is valid, but we are not interested in all this. You can see I tried in that year, and now it is 2020, many years gap, and there is no answer from engineers. And if you see engineers do not struggle themselves, who shall struggle for is a question mark. You cannot say we got some relation with us and we'll bring that relation. Nobody is so interested in fields. Purpose is to tell court that there is a law, but there is no recognition of that law by government departments. All authorities are yours. This must be used by public, this power of charter, which shall be responsible for quality purpose. If engineers are not on job, if they do not work, or if they are on job do not work, how can you get quality? Quality is not for building only, it's for every item. It's for every activity we do in construction industry. That all requires quality, and quality comes only when your professionals are quality professionals. I have seen people lacking this character, this working potential. They think whatever they do is quality. I don't think that. You have a charter, you have a designation, and you have to promote yourself, you advance yourself. That is what's required. Promotion and advancement doesn't mean only certification. This means knowledge. And knowledge comes from experience, because whatever we learn in university is forgotten after some time. So, as a professional, it's you who has to give up, who has to answer questions. We have a charter giving so much to us to do, but we have conducted seminars, we have conducted congresses, we have conducted workshops, we have conducted everything based on our money and by our item. If you are saying चलता है सब ठीक है, it's different statement. चलता है सब ठीक है is applicable for few people, only for few people. So our objective is to let court apprise that there is a certain law on concise and despite majority of people not being clear with what engineer's duty is, what engineer's harassment is. In this way, I try to collect complete information from my varying sources, whatever I could do, so that I could be able to quantify or to let them calculate all these students. I included this total charter. What charter says, I try to analyze each document of charter, each present of charter, linking it to requirement in engineering, and to define again what are presents, what are future, and charter's presence. This presence must be clear to everybody. There is no degree of shame one should have. What for we have to do shame? We are serving for public. We keep serving even though there was no value. But now, I tried to bring to complete location various orders, meanings of contracts, what is architect, what is engineer, what is mechanical engineer, what is electrical engineer, what is plumbing, and what is whatever. Now, after having prepared this charter, which is about 1 month, at 168 pages, in a same style as what it does. Now, it's up to, I have told what is written in this, what is contract requirement, FIDIC requirement, NEC requirement, RIBA requirement, ARIBA, which is for architects, not for engineers, and real requirement. Real requirement is production and quality, both. When I say production, this means buildings, structures, everything is included. If you want to have durable structures, reliable structures, you must have quality production, or you will not find anything as such. Until you have trained personnel, trained engineers, foremen, skilled labor, quality cannot be achieved. Skill doesn't mean going to ITIs, no. Skill means learn in presence of those who know that job. That's all skill is required, because you are working on site, you work whole day, which is about 8 to 10 hours a day. So you learn something if you are working. But only your learning is useful if work is preferably professionally done. If it's not done professionally, what are you learning? My objective is to educate and let them do it. We are talking, I'm giving this reference, that reference. In fact, no expression is required. Simply saying. Simply saying, this is architect, you register me, finish. I don't know, I'm already registered. There is an institution which takes care of engineering according to this charter. Yes, it's taking care, I don't say no. But only it's failing at one point, and that is, it is not serious about power of engineers. I sent one proposal to them regarding means you have to explain to public what members can do, what chartered engineers can do, what they should find in a construction engineer, in a design engineer, in an officer or workers, whatsoever you operate. Then those people don't have answer. If you just ask someone, other one can answer. Long charter is there and long explanation is there, but ultimately point comes again at one point that we have to understand. We can debate for hours. I took many months in charting out draft of this based on my experience, based on interactivity talks with others, and based on overseas experience that I have plenty to understand, to procure in UK, to procure in USA, to procure in practical world. We are no different. We are part of world. Whatever technology applied somewhere else is applied here as well. So what is their requirement? Practical work, technical work. This is required. So whole world is one in that case. Engineering I do here is no different engineering is done there, or what they do or if I don't know, I have to learn. So every engineer is qualified to learn, every diploma holder is qualified to learn, but there should be some system. It is duty of IEI and other institutions. I don't know how much they do in this regard. If they do, it's very fine. It's very, very fine. But I'm not finding that practical reflection everywhere. It doesn't mean I am giving any observation on them. No, it's not observation. If I say you have to protect the steel rebars, what's wrong with that? Don't you want the rebar be cured? But you are keeping open those rebars for hours. Why? You have to depend on yourself, not on something else. We have to depend upon us. I believe in system. When I went to Rajya Sabha, they just put in waste basket. Why? I don't know. There's no explanation. Our government is so weak, they don't even respond. They say time will forget. Time does not forget anything. Time remembers everything. And if this petition goes to court, that part also shall go. That these IAS officers, secretaries and joint secretaries did not listen to public, and now they say we don't have any records. Well, I can't say this will happen or not happen, but it will happen surely when we have some system. Our system is very awakened, very responsible. If I stand on road, then there are other references in that. I have given references of some international bodies. Nothing wrong just to explain them. Just to explain to them what is charter. And if the system doesn't exist in our constitution, it's not my fault. You may call it charter, you may call constitution, what you call it. But it is a system. Therefore, I try to do my best to put all relevant information. Maybe some advocates don't like it. It's not question of advocate, like it's question of facts to be presented to court. Facts to be presented to court. Now coming forward to this, I want to talk a little more. It's part of only this draft. I'm not stopping at that. This is a draft. You can go through this. This is lying. This is there on URL. I have given URL on my video text. This is URL. There's another file which is Government of India file, which is this. I'm just going to. I downloaded much information from there. And same here, and it was what is that? What's that? Oh, sorry. I'll down around this. This is here. This is government circulars. This government circulars here. I open this and tell you. This circular is from very many. See, this is Chartered Engineer India, Government of India notifications, and I think I'll be having this. Let me try to show you if I can. I remember I put in this. Let me see if there must be there somewhere. Somewhere here. It's supposed to be. Phone it is let us see what is surprising. Don't find that in time. Chartered in stock distribution area. Yes, it is there. Yes, Government Circulars Chartered Engineer. So can open quickly. It's big file. I'll go from this. I'll see this. I'll speak on this file, but just see. It's a long file here. Some problem with this file. There's some problems here. So it is a long file actually. I'll show you another one here. This is a very long file actually. Now what it says about that's point here. It says, or I'll speak to that because just I have the first view. Let me close this and I'll speak on this. Stay. Okay, then let's see what's that. Good night to Sam and this Jolly. Alright, now come on, let's talk about this. What's left here? This is the final problem. This is now, this title as I showed, Chartered Engineer India, Government of India Notifications, II Presentation Letters Patent Royal Charter. Okay. This communication directs some of Chartered Engineers circulars or notifications as are available on internet and presented for engineers information that do not concern, and it's advised that Chartered Engineer India has been started being properly valued as an alternative authority on 12th June 2002. The corrigendum to notification number 33 2002 customers. This is in notification number 33 2002 customs NT dated 29th May 2002, published in part 2 section 3 subsection 1 of Gazette of India extraordinary by GSR 302 dated 29th May 2002. Central government hereby makes following corrections therein in following manner. So in this, where a chartered engineer is required, there is 6 point. I'm trying to find. I cannot read all is required, but here this is in point number 11. It says, or in the circular, in chapter 84, page 80, below serial subsidies, the following note shall be incorporated. That is for export products falling under this. Exporters are required to give a declaration on shipping bill that export products are made of duty paid imported steel only, duly supported by a certificate from chartered engineer to this office. This was just this. I'm saying another one. Point 12.16 is, it says, in chapter 87, page such note below serial shall be read as follows. First box, wherever the word duty paid imported steel has been used, exporters will have to declare that relevant export goods have been manufactured out of duty paid imported steel and shall produce a chartered engineer certificate to this effect instead of for serial subsection number this. Now, then let's see. I'm just referring where the word is used now. Then Government of India, this is Ministry of Finance Department, Revenue, New Delhi. Subject is acceptance of chartered engineer certificate as proof of installation of capital goods for premises for sale or imported. Then it's one more para 2. Matter has been considered by ministry and it has been decided that chartered engineer's certificate in place of a certificate from Assistant Commissioner of Central Excise may be accepted as a proof of having installed capital goods in importance. So here a chartered engineer's replacement is acceptable for Assistant Commissioner with signatures. And similarly there are other, like it is import of irrigation equipment for use in contract farming under EPCG. Here too, this was Ministry of Finance Department of Revenue, and this is that. In item number 2 is written, in this regard, attention is also invited to notification, etc. Custom dated this is all are given so as to inter alia produce that in case of import of capital goods under EPCG scheme, a certificate from chartered engineer confirming installation and use of such capital goods is an important process. So chartered engineer is there, and similarly another place it is furnish a certificate from chartered engineer to effect. So this is one, and there's also the one that next end of the declare premises to manufacture and export agro products and will not be moved to any premises other than those mentioned in list and certified by chartered engineer. So similarly there are various circulars and various positions. It's also import of irrigation products is the same. Like that various chartered engineers are there. Then you can say many chartered engineers are there. This is to be filled by chartered engineer. I have examined applicant companies' import requirements and raw materials, etc. with regard to their technical descriptions, specifications and quantity against each item of import and having due regard, etc. Attend signatures of chartered engineer, name, designation, etc. So there are many circulars which were issued from time to time by various ministries in this regard. My purpose of projecting these circulars to you is that chartered engineers records are there, but maybe only those business population to know it. Not I will take a moment. So what's the purpose of this? I'm not going to tell you all this. There's so many pages. It's only 99 pages now, while there's 98 pages on this file. So just for information, you can search from okay. You can check out many. So for example, application form for grant of advance license under duty exemption for scheme, and here chartered engineer certificate is again required here for some purpose. So you are not absent everywhere. Somewhere you are absent, somewhere not. So, but practically speaking, you are absent everywhere. So, chartered engineer is a designation that is clear. That was sole purpose of this. You can find more examples there. There's no problem. And now I'm just trying to show you some file I showed to you. And charters, I have explained to you what charters are. That's a explanation already given. And also I would say something. This is here. Well, there are so many pages on this. I can't go through because that doesn't make this talk irrelevant. So many circulars are there, so many long lists are there, which got no use in this. Now, my purpose was just to move forward, and you have known about charters a lot. What actually charters are, why we consider them, why it was issued, what was necessity. All these we have gone through, which are very important now. And I actually still, I know that many of you may not be clear about this due to many reasons. Not one reason, there can be any reasons, because your people are not, first of all, able to understand, and secondly, even if your people understand, you are not able to act. That's also one more point. And if I can I can, check the talk, presentation of John charters, which of those charters preserving it, contains symbols and presentations. There was some file, I was trying to find out that file. Chartered engineer actually is a very good designation if we will understand that, and if we cannot understand that, we can't help ourselves. For that, we have to take some interest in understanding basic law of nation, why law is there, what was the purpose of law, what actually law does, and what and how it applies in profession of engineering, and how does it change standards of quality. It links everything to controls. Law means control actually. Law doesn't mean anything. If control is maintained, we can do better, we can do farther. If control is maintained, if we can control ourselves, and if law can control us, question is that law doesn't move on its own, it's moved by people. Some people move it for plus point and some people move it for negative point, that is dangerous point. A contravention of law or acceptance of law. And law itself is a charter. If I talk of charters, I should refer to basic law of this nation. That is super law, that's number one law, and that's called public law, which public approved, not parliament. And that law is constitution of this country, our constitution, which tells what we are. What is actually constitution of, we say Constitution of India. What does it mean? I'm not talking of contents, I'm talking what is constitution, how it works. That's the point here. It is Charter of India. We are India, a nation, and what we are, whom we meet together, or what we are, what is classification of our people, what are authorities, what are followers, what are leaders, all are there in India, Bharat. This is that. And what we are, what are rights, my rights, your right, this right, that right, government rights, parliament, courts, right, public right, everybody has some rights. Rights or no rights? That is charter. Everybody has been given right. And that is included in Constitution. It's so simple. It's a body of described rights. It's a body of allowance or prohibition. It's a body of protection and non-protection. That is what is Constitution. Can't we understand that? If we cannot understand that, we cannot understand anything. And that's very important.
Station currently in Dhamma, NCR, but usually I have worked during my career in GCC countries as well as Middle East. First of all, I will thank you all of you for listening. In forward note, illustrator, engineering terms were not used without
this is actually, I don't know why voice is coming less, it's voice. There's a file which is voice. I wanted to run that file. The voice is limited. Maybe you're not getting the voice. It's not on speaker. I think it will work better. This is a voiced presentation file. These people are really what these people want. I don't understand. Get lost if I'm here. This file actually I tried to run this PowerPoint of that presentation. The voice is not that high. Either I have to put speakers on that, only then it can run. Now speakers not here with me. So I'll run it sometime else. It's no use to run without voice. You may not be able to listen to that. So I close this file. This is of course 250 MB, 280 MB. This is. I was talking about chartered relation to us, and I try to explain you because explanation is also very important, not just talking and speaking. If you can understand, I know everybody cannot understand this point. I am also not expert of that, but point I understand basically, if you want to learn English, you have to use A, B to Z, and you have to understand what these letters are, and then you remember these words, and then to compose the words and learn them, and then you have to learn sentences and grammar. So then you say we know something about English, or not only English, also our languages. Actually, life itself is a language, and we say in engineering, drawing is a language. One drawing can replace millions of words. It's said like that. So understanding is developed only by something, and visual understanding better than. There was a time when you had to use DOS only, not know Microsoft Windows. At that time you had to the command for every work. Same thing. So what I understand by our constitution, I say constitution is for everybody, and I understand that it is rights, written rights for everyone. I don't think there's something left in our country which is not written as far as rights are concerned. Rights of individual citizens are concerned. We have written rights, and written rights means a document, which document is called charter, that is issued by state or by sovereign or by government or by law. So because that is number one, that's not by government, not by parliament, by public of our country, and that's why it is called law number one, Charter of India or Constitution of India. Whoever lives in India, in whatever position, whatever status, private, government, or whatever one does, rights and privileges are imported from this body of law, principles of law. It's not that simple, also not that complicated. Everybody lives in India ruled by Constitution of India, and same thing our institution charter says Institution of India is constituted. So India was constituted, and if you know, before that Constitution of India there was Government of India Act 1935, which was pre-replacement of this document. If you can go through that document, maybe you don't have that, but it's available. It's a lengthy document, and it is almost similar. 60 to 70% of this context are almost similar to our Constitution of India, as Constitution itself says that there are 12 imports from other countries. They produce 66% of Government of India Act into this document, and 12 more information from other countries. So this is a compiled document using certain audit from our use which suit us. So you have to abide by Constitution. Nobody can say no, irrespective of you prefer that or don't prefer that. You are citizen of this country, you have to abide by that. Similarly, on that pattern, my right tells me that I have a right to profession. If you go through Constitution, fundamental rights, you will find right as a state person. As a state person, I am saying, not private person. I am a state person because I am citizen of this country. I have right to do business. I have right to do profession. I have the right to follow or not to follow my faith or whatever, right to life, whatever it is. We have that. So my right to profession, whatever profession, other person has no right to breach my right. Whoever that person may be, Prime Minister or President or Supreme Court, got no right to breach my right. That part of analysis I have to understand. And if I cannot understand this point, I have no right to be called an engineer or a doctor. If I can't understand this point, if I can't understand and realize my right, how can I understand and realize rights of those people who work for me, under me? Means, in that case, I am not qualified enough to be suited for those persons to protect their rights. Because when they report to me, it's my right to assess them for their right. This point every engineer must realize. You have no right to suppress their rights because businessmen suppress rights of poor. And they are poor. They suppress my rights as well. If I can digest that, then I am not a professional. When I have a right to get work done by them, I have a duty to pay them back for what they did, their due values. Can engineer understand this? I can force them to work. But if I don't think for their remuneration, for their benefits, for their welfare, I am not their leader in that case. And if I am not their leader, then why shall they respect me? I am then like them. Therefore, it's very important from professional point of view that engineers must concentrate on this issue, because remember, you are an engineer or I am engineer only till that time when my supporting staff or my workers or personnel are for me. They work for me, and when they stop working for me, I am thrown out. So simple. If engineers cannot think for them, then nobody can think for engineering. This is very serious matter. Where their laws are strict, where countries are strict like GCC countries, Middle East countries or West countries, there is no such problem as we do have. In those countries, laws are streamlined, order is streamlined, so people are streamlined. They get their dues. There is no considerably high profile problem. Yes, lower profiles are with you, but we in our country are still living in past world darkness, and which all accumulate to non-production of quality. We are not used to read documents, except few. I am not saying all, except few 5% people. Maybe they are serious, but majority of engineers who come new, forget them. They don't know anything. Don't mind it, please. This is a fact. They don't even have you can say lust to understand, to learn. They are not happy to coordinate. They are not happy to have interdisciplinary talks. They just want to do their work and that's okay, my job is over. Engineer's job is never over, first of all. You are not a clerk, you are not a timekeeper, you are not a head clerk or section officer. You are a person to deliver something, final delivery. Therefore, if you want to become an engineer, don't run away from responsibility. Those people nowadays, they want to have only design future. Somebody wants to have planning future, and somebody wants to have some other future where they do not full time or dedicated stay on sites, means they want to run away. So simple. Because whether it is design, it's planning or quantity, where you work, without having exposure to projects, construction work, you cannot refine your knowledge, you cannot develop your knowledge, you cannot develop your practical work, and you stay on desk only and then feel proud that you are an engineer. I do not accept that definition, because you are a fighter with work. Without fighting, you cannot be successful. It's not physical fighting. No, it's not physical fighting. It is disputed fighting. It is documentary fighting. It's a fighting with those who want to rob. It's fighting with those who want to cheat. It's a fighting with those who want to loot nation in the name of politics. Therefore, keeping every situation of our nation particularly, I had to think a lot before commencing with this serials of videos. Otherwise, I was very interested in writing or not even writing. When I saw people are not sharing responsibility but just passing by to someone else or not even taking any questions regarding this, I thought to do something for that. I tried writing, I tried a lot on SAFE, Structures Forum of India. I write a lot on Facebook, etc. I didn't find any response from people, a possible response. There are about 25,000 people, engineers on SAFE, Structures Forum of India. Hardly I find a few only out of 25,000. It's very, very disappointing for a person like me. You can write right away from speeches. You can run away from your responsibilities, but remember, when you come back, if you come back from there, people will say so many things to you. Now going forward, I'm not going to run away like this. My approach is a little different, because in beginning itself I was a little aggressive in a sense to learn something. This is my nature. I can't sit. If I sit, I can't stand. Yes, I worked in sun. I worked on sites, at many sites. I worked in offices. I worked in designs. I worked in engineering writing. Miscellaneous type of experience I luckily have. And that experience teaches you I don't want to confine to one section because I want to become an engineer. I want to be a planner only. I don't want to be a designer only. I don't want to be a quantifier only. No. I want to be an engineer. Only engineer means you know your profession. It's not I am a structural engineer. No, I am not a structural engineer. If it's I am a civil engineer, no, I am not a civil engineer. I am a professional engineer. Whatever is applied in my profession, I can do that. It's not because I'm expert. Because you have to use this coconut, this section of your body, which is full of information, where informations can be filled and extracted. For what we studied? To develop brain or to get certificate. You decide yourself. Once this body, part of body starts working, there is no end. One information comes out, that pulls another information, and when you think on that information, there comes another information. So there is a sequence of information always keep coming from this part of body. That's what I have to do. Why should I confine to one of my activity or profession? After all, if I'm required to work in field on sites, I have no problem. In designs, I have no problem. Means you can use your mind, that's it. Yes, there are so much advancement I can say in every field. Designs are very advanced. But formula is still same. Only speed has been increased. Has formal bending been changed? No. Procedures changed? No. What has changed? Calculations. Fast, very rapid. This means support has changed, not principle. So, if you use mind, you refine your mind. What you learn in 1.5 years in MTech? What do you learn in 3 years in PhD? Tell me. You learn some theories, some practicals. But who teaches you that? You are taught by those professors who have never gone to fields. It's not US. It's Bharat, India. In US they have to go to fields. It's mandate. But in our country, no. Your target is to become a teacher. That's it. Or to get some government job, to write some research paper. But what about engineering? Yes, teaching is one part. I understand that. But that doesn't make you engineer. That is the problem. You may be calling yourself engineer, but when you teach all your life, you help students to become an engineer. That is a different world. You are producing student engineers, without which work cannot move. But if you learn simultaneously some site work, you will be in a better place. I'm not going to, say cause any difference. It's the fact that they have different type of responsibilities. For example, they have different type of responsibility. But they do not train people. They do not train students to come to field and start working. This is the difference. When you go to some company, you join some company, and if you don't start working, maybe gradually, then you are not suitable. If you have to learn there for a few years, who shall employ you? No one. And every day technical change, and you can't even write a statement about what will be the activity. If I ask someone, okay, you write some activity about excavation of a building, you are unable to write. I give some work, okay, start calculating this quantity, and you are not able to calculate. Then what's purpose? What is purpose of being an engineer? You are not able to learn also. If somebody teaches you, first of all, no one shall teach you. When you come as a qualified engineer, nobody will insult you. You are expected to know everything. because you have come to that position. Either join junior position, very junior position, people shall help you. If you are coming with equally, oh, no, I'm an engineer, I passed on this and that, in your mindset is engineer, that's very good. But are you really working in India? That becomes a part. And I say because I suffered. I suffered. Even after doing work in government for 6 years, I suffered because I could not understand what I had to do. You know in government what happens? No practical engineers. Only bill makers went to site, supervise and come back. And they don't even know what they are supervising. They supervise. How many real specimens are available? Nothing. I always find rebars lying rusted everywhere. Big sites or small site doesn't make a government site or private site doesn't make a difference. This means we accept a convention that you can use rusted bars in construction. Does it mean that? I don't think what's your answer in your skill. But answer is that when you see bars are lying rusted everywhere and you are using in building, this means you are approving that. I would blame that. You approve that. You say I didn't approve. Okay, you didn't approve in writing, but you are allowing them use that. First of all, how did you allow that bar which came cleared from company, factory, and it was rusted? What precaution to be taken did you give to contractor, or was there any official method statement approved regarding how to store rebars? If not, how did you allow these rebars to stay on site? This is a simple question. Usually on Facebook, I go through certain postings of many people, and somebody gives one photo, see quality, how we check quality of reinforcements. Yesterday it was I just said, okay, very good. Piling of bars, I do many 100 tons or something. Quality, how he was instructing how to check quality. Okay, you can instruct anybody. I simply wrote it. It seems that your rebars are rusted. Why? I got answer from time. Oh, there is sea, the site is near sea, that's why they are rusted. This is an engineer's answer. Site is located near sea and that's the reason these are rusted. Means you are approving that. Now I raise another question. Can you show me which specification you are following which allows you to restrict bars? They didn't answer. Then after many hours I wrote, it seems that our engineers are sleeping. What can you say otherwise? What answer do you have? See, Facebook, all over world people read it. You are writing something, you are a photo of that is saying quality. And people started, oh, very good quality, very good, wow, what a quality. Without knowing what they are writing, you are defaming this country. This is your weakness that we don't know quality. We talk of quality, but we don't know quality. And you know what is power of rebars in buildings. This is a disease, rusting of steel. This is like virus. And you are approving that. You do not know how to protect that. Your engineering education did not teach you this. And if your engineers didn't teach you this, you did not try to find answers from the source. That's what I say. we are not serious enough. You only steel, you take case of bricks, you take case of other material, you can take every case. Aggregates, you can take case of that. We are not serious. And where quality lapses, everything lapses. Maybe you have certification from agent of ISO 9000. You have registration with those people. Yes, you are complying with ISO 9000-1215. Is it compliance? It's not compliance. I can with surely say it's not compliance. You are cheating yourself. You are cheating with client. Of course, client may not be engineer, so client doesn't know. Even if client is not here, it doesn't mean that we do not apply engineering. Client employed us for this purpose. That client expects you are expert. You are a contractor. Contractor means what? Same contractor you think a robber? Contractor is a professional. That's why you are employed. You are not a beggar. You are paid some money for that work and you offer to pay that work to you in quality. This exchange. What else? That's the reason I tried to talk to you about contract. You are paying someone. Someone is doing something for you according to your requirements, and that's it. Is there something else in contract? Tell me. All over the world. I am paying you this, you give me this, that's all. So is your client going to pay for rusted steel? You ask question yourself. I'm fed up with all these situations here. I have seen some building, excavation has been done, whole excavation has been done. This side is a building, this side is a building, this side is a building surrounded by three sides, and only one side is no building, is a road. And deep excavation for basement, I think. And on one side where there's no protection from subsidence of building, they have piled of steel on that. They have piled of bricks on other one, stacks of bricks and bricks. On one side traffic is moving from street. Means all three sides, all this there is surcharge. On one side is building, first of all buildings are there, then earth is there. Of course you have to keep some earth for 6, 7, 8 feet now. Then surcharge on that, two sides, one side stacks of bricks, and other side steel, other side traffic is free, fourth side is a road, and by chance it happens, and who knows already happens, that there's a micro settlement of that building, and there's no protection from subsidence inside. They are going and excavating and taking off, leaving in train, no problem. This is what I'm saying. There's no need of engineering in this country. Every contractor is expert, every person is expert, and engineers, that's it. Architects never come. Engineers sign, finish. Why do you go to engineering then? What's the purpose of engineering? I don't understand. You only interested in salary? Then you say, oh, this man shall remove me from job. Yes, that can be an excuse. Means, do not take it as critics. Purpose of engineer is to do correct job, do specified job, to see that it's done, and contract has to deliver that. Only this is relation. If you cannot instruct them do right job, then you lose your purpose. If that person thinks I have to do this way, it's my convention, I have to do like this, what's wrong? Every side still is rusted, every side. This is not an answer. This is an answer. If every person is jumping into a well, shall you? This means there is no difference being an engineer or being a layman. Both are same. You are cheating yourself. You are cheating none. You are not caring for your responsibility. You are not trying to find those answer to that problem. It's so simple sometimes, but you don't care for that. You don't care for that. First of all, bars are being bent. That is for first mistake. And then that is thrown out and laid there openly for weeks together. There's moisture, there's rain, there is dust. And they will use all those. It's very serious matter. Because steel is very expensive. Concrete is very expensive. Who shall take care of that? This is only engineer and contractor who take care of that. Contractor says, I have no profit. Now, how does this profit lead to steel scale? I don't know that. Somebody can explain to me. We are country of careless people, I can say that. Very careless people we are. When we do not know something, we leave it to others. Okay, this is not my job, this is job. That is very common in our country. Well, I am fed up actually. I'm very much fed up with it. Happened to me also when I did my small house. I calculated all details, everything, means how much steel I need, that time twice, and I went to buy. I went to dealer. I want this steel from this company. Or he showed me this company. Said, well, no problem. First show me technical data sheet. He said, what? If I ask you technical data sheet, they find that some alien has come. I want to see what is strength of the steel, what are properties. Well, I don't know anything. Okay, show me data sheet. Well, I don't have data sheet. Then he brought me something else, some old one. Okay, I'll check on website, no problem. He can't give me that. Okay, I will buy it, then I want straight bars. Now I asked him how you supply that. He said, he will send this in truck and no, I don't know. I want straight bars. Again he was surprised. रास्ता नहीं है, ये नहीं है, वो नहीं. I want straight bars. Can you supply? Or I'll talk to him from otherwise. Okay, I can supply, no problem, but you have to pay more for trailer. And trailer should reach your location without any problem. Okay, you go and see site if you want to see. Well, they said, no, I know we can, that's no problem, but you have to pay for trailer additional charges. Okay, I will pay. Now, for sake of trailer charges, should I spoil steel? My question is that. I asked him, I want 12 mm dia, 8 mm dia, and small 16 mm dia. You don't 25 mm? No, I don't want 25 mm. You don't 20 mm? No, I don't 20 mm. I want 12 mm and 8 mm. Well, he was really surprised, means what sort of person I am, from where I have come. Okay, I agreed with him. I will pay you and I should get this. Provided steel is new. He got steel. It's new as it comes, means no rust, nothing. I had bought polythene in advance and I had prepared timber battens, etc. made up so that my steel remains above, off ground from soil. It doesn't come in contact with soil, because soil also contains moisture and moisture can come on from air also. So there are two sources. Air can transfer moisture to soil, moisture to steel, and your ground can transfer due to whatever reason. It is moisture due to the rain or with some other. Means I stored it complete. I had place for that, means straight bars 12 meters. I from below kept good ground of timber and I covered with clothing. And before that I go into steel fixer, just to, before the steel came, and I went there asking that I want if you can fabricate, cutting bend forming, and splice and site. Yes, we can do it. Alright, what's your rate? 20 rate. I have 12 mm, 8 mm. Oh no, I can't do this in that rate. I have to change only small quantity of 16 mm, but that's 12 mm, odd mm is uniform. My rate shall be this. No problem, I will pay you this. But tell me, how shall you protect steel? Protect? What? भाई पानी से खराब हो जाएगा सरिया, जंग लग जाएगा। आई टोल्ड हिम इन हिंदी। तो मैं क्या करूँ? सबका लगता है, नहीं मेरा नहीं लगेगा। What do you say with these people? As if I'm talking rocket science today. No, I can't do that. I ask him, I provide you polythene, can you cover with this? I bring this, don't worry. You will not go to market to bring it. I'll give you. Can you protect it then? Cover it every evening when you close, every morning when you open, then cover it, and on site you have to cover it with that. No, I cannot do that. Okay, thank you very much. What to do with that person? If somebody has decided not to do some improvement work, you can't force people. Alright, I random that. I say, okay, I'll get and do myself. So I got someone else come on, no piece rate, nothing, you just cut and will pay you based on whatever steel has come to site. Yes, it's a question of little care, man. You polythene, you see, spending lakhs of rupees on your item. Can't you spend some money on trailer? I think there's a difference of only 1500 or 2000, nothing else, for all lot. And truck would charge half. Then I got polythene about 1000 rupees total. And if it's torn, buy again. And this polythene you can use somewhere else. It's not that you destroy this. It can be used. It's a permanent item. So when we placed it on, completely covered it, every day when the steel was to be taken out, they again covered it. And same thing on site, when you place it, you may cover it. At least, even if 70% covered, you may say there's tear at this point, tear at that point. At least 70-80% shall be covered. And if something is left and just you can brush it off, no problem. Only this much you have to do. It's not going to change cost of your building or your rate, but it's only a question of care. You have to care for your material, just like you care for cement. Why do you make a room for cement when it comes? Keep it in open way. If you're not so interested in care, because you know that will set. So you know what, every contractor makes a room for cement without even telling you, because you know it sets the problem. So you know that, but you don't know this. Even if you store in covered one, cement sets after that. Not, they don't know circulation of this. They don't understand circulation system. Air should circulate all the way. They don't understand off ground what that is. Even there's some hole left, moisture can enter there. Cement storing technique says it should be airtight. It's not airtight. Sometimes you keep open to take it out and keep open door, don't close it immediately. And there's a way this air can enter when you throw it into that room. Why I'm saying that this happens, this is for what engineers require to explain to them to like this. Contractor is not educated here. Contractor is not professional here, though contract work is professional, but contractor is not professional. Problem is that business of contractor is a profession, but contractor is not professional. They have certificates, illegal, they just insert some certificate while they give the government. But to private sector, you have a house, you don't ask him who's going engineer there. They may be having one engineer who looks after 4 or 5 years, sometime coming once in a week and see and go away. Who cares? Your money is gone to fire, let it go to fire. Who bothers about your money? They bother about their own. So that's what I'm saying, means it is very, very important issue. If we cannot understand quality in engineering, quantity has got no meaning, and these come to us only when we understand systems truly. People say there are specifications every year. Yes, there are specifications, but rotten specifications. Rotten. Not real specifications. You specify yourself. Why do you depend upon the specifications? If there is no specifications, you are qualified people. You can't. How many specifications are required? Hardly 10 items are there which require specification. All other items are produced items. Finishing items are produced items except mortar. Tell me which item you are getting tiles, you are getting false ceiling, you are getting roofing material, you are getting polystyrene, you are getting bricks, you are getting all. You can't control their quality because they are delivered items. These are not under your control. What items you can choose out of them, but you can't control them. Sanitary units, flooring system, you have no control on them. You have option to choose, but which you can manufacture. Like concrete you are manufacturing, mortar you are manufacturing, still you are cutting and bending yourself, you are protecting it, shuttering you are doing yourself, all that work you are doing yourself, you can control. Curing you are controlling. If you can't control that also, other metals can be tested. Testing of steel you can do if you raise. Means I believe in data sheet. If they say this is strength, I believe in that. But if standard suppliers can't do that, means they can't write otherwise. Like big mills, they can't write otherwise. So even if you test, it's up to you. If you have budget for that, you can take cubes and test if you have budget for that. Otherwise, your own assessment can tell you this is right or wrong. What I am saying is, something can be controlled by your experience, and if you can apply your experience to produce something which is useful for, you are not working for client, forget that. You are working for your work. You are working for that structure, that is your duty. You are not working for client. You are not working for government. You are working for that building you are going to produce. That should be your mind. Just like a patient and doctor relation. Doctor is not worried about who is giving fees. He is worried about how can I treat this patient. That can be called a real doctor. Other doctor is commercial doctor. He thinks of test report. He should go to my recommended laboratory. He should give me this fees first. That doctor is not professional, but that doctor who thinks, no, how can I treat this patient, irrespective of what fees I am getting, that can be called a doctor. This is we are. I am not concerned this property belongs to government or wholesale. Let it be there. My job is to say concrete is rightly done or not done, shall work or not work. My approach is that, and maybe that is a rejectable approach, you can say. In this country, yes, this person is psychologically unfit, you can say, because more than this you cannot say. You cannot say more than this. If I don't accept with you, you can't accept with me. This happens. But facts cannot be unapproved. Facts have to be approved. Facts speak for themselves. You may speak for yourself or don't speak for yourself, but facts speak for themselves. If there is distress in concrete, it is distress in concrete. If there is deformation in concrete, deformation in concrete. If it crosses yield steel, it crosses yield strength. If it goes into plastic stage, it goes to plastic stage. This is all your responsibility. If there is a deflection in your slabs, your responsibility. If there is settlement of foundation, your responsibility. Owner cannot be held responsible of this technical management. Owner is not responsible for that explanation. You are responsible for that. What did you check in that? What did you audit in that? About bearing capacity, about this, about that. Which is not job of contractor, it's engineer's job. Even in contract, there is a contractor and contract responsibility. If that contractor is professional and employs engineers for him, then it's also a shared percentage responsibility. That one, that point you have to understand. And that's why it's always stressed at international level. First write method statement for every important item, what you are going to do with that. And if you cannot give that statement, that activity cannot be executed, cannot be prosecuted until that is agreed with. There is a question of material loss and money loss. If you are not able to produce quality, there is no meaning doing that work. That's why I stress on project management, not simply management, it's a management of quality work. It's not management of general MBA, it's a management of profession, it's a management of technology. There's a difference. It's not commercial management, it's not administrative management alone, it is technical management which requires complete work by engineer. I don't care what money you'll get on that. That you have to think at tender time. You have to think some other time. But at work time, you cannot give excuse that because rate was low, we did not care for that. That explanation is illegal and excusing, apologetic, can't be accepted. Even if you are not paid anything in your agreement, shall you not do it? Suppose you charge that item somewhere else in lump sum and say, no, I will not charge for this item, and you are charging somewhere else, this means you are charging, so you are responsible. So much is there, hidden in contracts. It's very difficult to extract every secrecy, but remember, despite you do free, work is work. So simple answer. I actually start talking this and doing on this because of this reason. I am very unimpressed when I see material is being spoiled, quality is being thrown away. Even before it is done, material is being wasted, technology is being wasted, people are being wasted, there is no control at all. And forget everything, even curing is not done properly, which is so simple, but continuous requirement. People even don't care for that. I don't know how much to talk like this. They even can't produce concrete covers. They go and buy plastic items. They can't produce concrete covers on site, which is the best one. At least family is same. Concrete and concrete, or concrete and mortar, or rich concrete, or family is same. You are adding plastic covers, polyethylene, maybe HDP or MDP. Ultimately, you are adding impurity into that. But people are doing it, people are accepting. It's not going to harm something, but what's harm if your covers are cast on site and cured in them and capped whenever required, use it. It doesn't take much time, but it's a question of initiative. You just ask your mason, he will do that. But why? Why should you worry? I'll make a requisition on behalf of contractor and send to market, come and bring this in, that's my job is over. That's why our quality system always lags behind. But when people go outside, they do it. Here they don't do it. And reason is well known to you. I don't know what reason. I don't know that reason actually. Well, I will now not take much time. Already it's around 4 hours. I will now start contracts. Next one, I'll see if I can increase speed of this presentation of charter. But FIDIC, you will be knowing, I have put this file on my script.com. and this URL is already written on text of this video. You can download this if you are interested in FIDIC, which is international format of contracts. It's new one. I have gone through that. I'll discuss with you that one also. If I don't have a copy of any CV, but I'm not much interested in any this new engineers contract and fast like it's called civil engineering contract now. FIDIC is more rational, you can say. It's easy from now. It's in easy English. Before it was very complicated, but it's very important for every civil engineer or to at least know about this. Otherwise, you cannot handle contracts properly, and it is very much professional. So I'll take that one for tomorrow. It's very boring, of course. I say it's not interesting one. It's too boring, but too useful as well. So we'll take that one next time. I see. And if you have any questions regarding what we are discussing, we are talking, you can send to me, or you can say even you can call on Facebook also if you wish. Facebook video, you can raise questions, and you can write also on this comments if you wish. I try to answer. And the series is now FIDIC will take up. After that, I'll take up some project management's procedures or methods, and we'll see what can be done, what can additionally be done, how to do it better, and then we'll see what to do. Thank you very much all. I'll close it now.